Now opening the June 25th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. We will start with public comment on closed session agenda items. The items are public employee employment, public employee discipline dismissal release, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, student readmissions, public employee performance evaluation, and conference with labor negotiator. Are there any comments on the closed session agenda?
There are no blue cards or comments.
All right, then we will recess to closed session. Now reopening the June 25th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Thank you everyone for being here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our territorial land acknowledgement.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the coastal Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples. Reconozco que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa se encuentran en el territorio tradicional de las tierras natales del pueblo Pomo, el territorio tradicional de las tierras natales del pueblo Miwok de la costa, y honro con gratitud la tierra misma y las personas que la han cuidado y administrado a lo largo de las generaciones. Este reconocimiento de la tierra nos llama a comprometernos a seguir aprendiendo cómo ser mejores administradores y cuidar la tierra que habitamos. Al ofrecer este reconocimiento de tierras, afirmamos la soberanía indígena y trabajaremos para que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa sean más responsables ante las necesidades de los pueblos indígenas y nativos.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. All right, moving on to report of actions taken in closed session. The board voted unanimously to approve a settlement agreement. The board voted unanimously in student readmission case 2024-25-16 to approve the students' readmission and expunge their record. The board voted unanimously in student readmission case 2023-24-26 to deny the readmission and continue the student's current placement. Items considered in closed session for action in open session, there were none. Statements of abstention. Are there any statements tonight? Okay, adjustments to the agenda. We will be tabling item H1, the interview for the open trustee position, and we'll continue to accept applications for that position and hopefully revisit in August. Any other adjustments? Trustee Jenkins?
Yes, can I pull? I'm so proud of myself for not pulling so many things. But which ones? G5, G12, and G22, please.
It was 5, 12, and 22. Any others? All right, we'll go on to reports, starting with the California School Employee Association.
Good evening. Good evening, President McNally, Superintendent August, Cabinet members, everyone here and everyone listening. CSEA stands for students. We stand for working families, and we stand for public education. Tonight, we ask the board to join CSEA in opposing the attempt to eliminate the Department of Education, because such efforts endanger both student rights and school funding. It will affect the lives of our most vulnerable students and the jobs of people who serve them every day. Tonight is the final board meeting of the school year, a year filled with difficult decisions, historic transitions, and uncertain budgets. The agenda is long. We support consent item 21 and 23 and discussion action items 12. We want to recognize the hard work of our summer school staff. Amid layoffs and uncertainty, they created places for student learning and growth. Thank you. Don't forget that during the next 2 months, 2 of our elementary schools, Albert Biela and Brook Hill, closed their doors. 2 of our middle schools are being folded into high school campuses, forming our new junior-senior Montgomery and Santa Rosa High. Hundreds of students and families are being rerouted from these closed schools. And yet, through all, our classified staff are the ones showing up, cleaning rooms and floors, packing student files, and more. Admins and teachers may be off in July, but it will be the classified staff, among others, who will ensure every campus is ready to open in August. Tonight, you are being asked to approve a revised LCAP and the budget, and despite closures, layoffs, and critical program reductions, the district still faces a structural deficit of over $9 million. And it's expected to fall below the 3% minimum reserve threshold every year through 2028. We ask the board to commit to transparency and better timing so that LCAP and budget votes don't happen after our stakeholders have left for the season. We ask to, as we close this school year, let's remember, life is about navigating transitions with grace, with courage, and with care for one another. And thank you, Trustee Stephanie Manieri. Thank you for your years on this board, for your voice and your presence mattered. And to everyone, thank you, everyone working through these changes, thank you. To those retiring, leaving, or laid off, we honor your work and sacrifice. To those returning in August, may you find rest, strength, and purpose. Let us embrace the uncertainty, engage with our community, and empower each other to rebuild together. Enjoy your summer. We'll be here getting it done. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lehman. Next is our Santa Rosa Teachers Association report. President Catherine Howell.
Good evening, President McNally, Interim Superintendent August, members of the board, members of the community. President Lehman's a lot more organized than I am tonight with her nice speech, but I did want to say thank you to Stephanie Manieri for serving on this board. We know that it's difficult, as shown by the tabling of the item of the one applicant who possibly might want to have been on this board. So I'm going to say thank you to all of you that are sitting in your seats right now, because this is not easy. We've got some things on the consent agenda, 20, 24, 25, some job descriptions, a couple of MOUs. I'm going to thank you in advance for supporting those. They were fully negotiated and discussed. A couple of them are tied to our LCAP, so thank you in advance for that. It's time, finally, thank you for recognizing how hard our athletic directors have been working over the years And also thank you for, through the LCAP, increasing their compensation in both time and money. So hopefully we will have some happier athletic directors in the upcoming school year. Also wanted to say thank you for the additional counselor jobs that are in the LCAP. There's quite a few of them, MTSS and college and career counselors, as well as a new position, Title I counselor. We appreciate having as many counselors as we can. We're a little skeptical, to be honest, about the Title I counselor and how that job is going to work out, but we have great hope that we know once the counselors are in place, they will be helping all of their students. And so it can't hurt to have another counselor on a campus, right? The students we know will be needing the support in this upcoming school year because we know that it will be challenging for many students with the reconfiguration and the new schools that students are being asked to attend. I'm going to end this by saying thank you to CSEA because, as President Lehman pointed out, they're the ones doing the moving. Many of them are working extra hours this summer to make sure that the teacher materials that have been boxed and left in classrooms are actually transported to the right rooms. I know we've hired movers as well, but it's a big job. And we know that CSEA is going to be there first at the campuses. We know that CSEA will be there to welcome the new teachers, to make sure that teachers have keys to their new classrooms, and try to make that first few weeks of August successful as people try to figure out where they belong and how to settle in and unpacking and all of that. Once again, teachers rely completely 100% on our CSEA colleagues, and this summer especially, we can't do it without them. So thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next, we have the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President McNally. I will keep it very short. I just want to echo the sentiments of President Lehman and President Howell in expressing appreciation for all of our staff in this tough year that we went through and in this incredible transition that we are looking forward to and going to do together in this next year. I know it's been a big lift and it will continue to be so. And so just want to express that, and we'll be working on getting out communication periodically over the summer to make sure that we keep our families and students and staff up to date on happenings. So thank you.
And for my board president report, I just want to say regarding the open trustee position, I know it's a big job, and if there's anyone out there that is considering it at all but wants more information, I'm happy to talk with you, happy to meet with you. You can just use my district email, and if you're really interested, I'll give you my number and we can meet up and talk about that position. I'd really love us to have a full board. Any other board member reports? Trustee Jenkins?
Yes, so mine's actually relatively short as well. Just kind of a report out on the last couple weeks. So following the last meeting, Thursday was the SCO ad hoc meeting. The main topic of that was the LCAP and process around the LCAP and the budget. The same day I attended the Literacy Summit at the Luther Burbank Center. It was fantastic to see admin from CCLA there. The main focus of the summit was the importance of third grade reading levels as really a launching point for students, which sets the stage for the rest of their lives. A standout from that afternoon was catching up with a friend whom I've known for 30 years who has been extremely active in education in a neighboring district. And we discussed how Runner Park Atati, for instance, went through closures and reopenings and reimaginings over the years, of which I completely missed. It really changed my perspective on what our district is going through, with the main takeaway being, again, trust and transparency is how we rebuild that. Our district has some work to do on that, of course, but I feel very strong that we can get there. Another highlight was in conversation with site admin regarding meeting those benchmarks, the third grade benchmarks in particular. And the levels vary. I'm reading the wrong line, meeting those benchmarks, and me sharing concern about what happens when kids come into our schools in the secondary from other districts and when those levels vary. And I was reminded that if we focus on what we're doing and strengthen that, we're doing what we need to do and others will be indirectly impacted. I thought that was so incredibly important and something that I personally needed to hear. And it's so true. And any system focusing on strengthening the center will strengthen the rest as well. This last week was the Chiefs Community Advisory Team meeting, and folks are encouraged to go to the Santa Rosa Police Department website to be reminded of the policies in place of SRPD not working with ICE, just as a kind of a community reminder. And then that same day, the Safety Advisory Roundtable met with a handful of participants to provide feedback on next steps. And then lastly, I'm really looking forward to next week's governance workshop that we're doing on Monday. Thanks.
Trustee Delatorre?
Thank you, President McNally. First and foremost, thank you to everybody for the difficult year. Plenty of trials and tribulations and learnings and growths, and really appreciate having the opportunity to continue to work side by side and work through that. Continuing to reach out and work with other districts as much as possible and collaborate. I put it out into the ethers and partnering with retired John Laughlin and SCO. We are having an initial Zoom meeting in August to discuss the revamping of a Sonoma County Schools Trustees Association, which will be an opportunity for trustees throughout the county to have an opportunity for more open, active discussions and not be solely focused in isolated silos on issues that we're all facing. So we're going to continue to look at that. It's an association this county previously had, other counties currently have it, and how that will look and how that will move forward, we'll learn more through August, but there are several trustees and districts that are interested in those opportunities. I want to thank the team that went to the AVID learnings this week in Sacramento for the Summer Institute. AVID is a methodology that this district has introduced sparsely over the years, and we've taken some steps to reinvigorate that methodology more robustly within our district through various sites. And it was great to see the hard work that teachers and staff are putting into those learnings to bring back to our district and help be a driving force for students that are needed. I'm also looking forward to being a part of the promotion ceremony for the Mike Hauser Academy next week at Sonoma State. The Mike Hauser Academy is an award-winning countywide program in partnership with Hillsburg, Warner Park, and Sebastopol Chambers. It's a 3-week school program which provides incoming 9th grade English language learners, students, and students who could benefit from extra math and science support the opportunity to visit STEM-related companies where they interact with engineers and professionals to observe demonstrations and participate in hands-on activities to see how classroom lessons apply to STEM occupations and operations. Those type of opportunities are what light my fire to be so involved and to stay connected and engaged with the community. The sooner we can light the passions of our students and help give them ideologies of what they want to study and why and how that can impact, will truly benefit them for their future buy-in to any of their educational experience. I know we're doing it later, but I do want to thank former trustee Stephanie Manieri for all of her time and commitment to this board and by leading by example of how true leaders should work through this seat. Look forward to opportunities this board will continue to work side by side on to benefit and grow our district. Thank you guys for being here tonight.
Anyone else? Trustee Medina?
Thank you. First off, wasn't at our last meeting because fortunately for me, I had the opportunity to go to Disneyland with the Cesar Chavez and El Cian High School bands, got to see them perform. That was awesome. It was awesome to see how many people, in addition to the chaperones, were able to go and just root and cheer for the students. I think it was an amazing experience for them, something they'll probably never, ever forget, and hopefully something that can be done again with the immense support of the community that was able to happen. So thank you to everybody in the community that helped make that happen for those students. It was greatly appreciated, and I know that they're very thankful. I did want to also mention President Lehman. I totally would support some sort of joint resolution or something to oppose the elimination of Department of Education. I would love for us to collaborate and maybe send some strong message from our district. Maybe collaborating with SRTA as well on that end. Lately, I've been honestly a little stressed just seeing what's going on in our community, in our world. When you join a board such as ours, you take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the state of California as well as the United States. And lately, I feel that it's under attack. And I want to make sure that we do everything that we can in our power to make sure that the rights of our students and our families aren't violated. So anything that we can do to look into what types of activities we could or actions we can take to make sure families know that we'll do anything that we can to protect them and keep them safe, because I know there's a lot of fear in our community that's occurring, and especially with our undocumented community and even those with legal status. There's a lot of fear, and I get the messages asking, is it okay to go here? Is it okay to go there? Especially with ICE having a much larger presence in our community now. So I can't not say that, but also say that we took an oath, and I think we should do whatever we can to uphold it. Thank you.
Any other board member reports? All right, we'll move on to public comment on non-agenda and consent items. I only have a few cards here, so you will have 3 minutes each. I'll call 3 names at a time, so when you hear your name, go ahead and stand behind one of the podiums. First will be Tim Bruce, followed by Brian Tywater, followed by Vanessa Ruiz.
Hello, thank you. My name is Tim Bruce. I'm the head wrestling coach at Maria Carrillo High School. Some of you know me. I've been a high school wrestling coach for more than 30 years. I've been at Maria Carrillo High School for 26 years. I've seen quite a bit over my years. The reason for me to be here today is to talk about women's wrestling and the fact that Santa Rosa City Schools does not have a stipend for women's wrestling. Every district that we compete against, Petaluma, Rancho Cotati, Windsor, Ukiah, they all have paid women's positions. So what I'm trying to bring to your attention is the fact that Santa Rosa City Schools recognizes wrestling as a co-ed sport. It is not a co-ed sport. The North Coast section first had women's only competition in starting in 2004. At the state level, they had a North state champion and a South state champion up until 2006. Starting in 2011, women's wrestling has their own state championship, only women. The North Bay League started a league championship for women only about 2015. So we have been promised a stipend for women's wrestling for years now. I've talked to my athletic director many times about it. Yes, we've talked about it. Yes, we've talked about it. But nothing happens. So I'm coming to you guys to bring it to your attention that you're bringing on another women's sport, which is fantastic, which is flag football, but then putting wrestling on the back burner once again. These women that compete deserve to have their own coach. They deserve to have a paid position so that coach can go with them. As of now, you get one of your volunteer coaches, one of your certified volunteer coaches to go with them. Oh, who'd like to go this week? These women deserve that coach that's able to go with them. Every single school in Santa Rosa City Schools has women that compete. I had 10 last year. I built it up from 4 the year before. So we're moving in the right direction. Every school has women. Elsie Allen has 4, Santa Rosa has 6. Montgomery had 6. Pioneer had 2. We all have women. I think it's something that is time that we deserve to have this. So like, again, bring it to your attention, something to discuss, something to bring to the forefront. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Brian Tywater, followed by Vanessa Ruiz, followed by Will Lyon.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Tywater. I'm the head coach for girls wrestling at Windsor High School. I graduated from Montgomery High School, where I coached from 1985 to 1990. I live here in Santa Rosa, and I have a son and daughter that graduated from Pioneer and 3 daughters that graduated from Maria Carrillo High School. I've coached for 25 years at Windsor Middle School and 3 years as the head coach of the boys program there. And when I found out that the city of Santa Rosa doesn't recognize the girls wrestling program as a separate program, but a co-ed program, I felt compelled to come here and speak tonight. Windsor stipend our girls program. It's been stipend since 2010. We get a head coach and an assistant coach, just like the boys program does. The state of California recognizes, the CIF recognizes girls wrestling as a dedicated girls sport. North Coast section recognizes that. The North Bay League recognizes that. This year, this next coming school year, they're going to be wrestling in the section team dual meet tournament, just like the boys are. They're going to be wrestling in divisionals, just like the boys are. They're going to be wrestling in sections and then on to state if they qualify out of the North Coast section. So I do feel like that is definitely something that should be looked at as a separate program. Right now, the burden falls back onto whoever the boys head coach is to do the scheduling, eligibility, all that has to be done. So they're essentially doing the work of 2 coaches. Whereas if they had that stipend available, there'd be a dedicated coach for that would handle eligibility, dealing with the athletic director, scheduling, tournaments, and all those kind of things. So I was, like I said, I felt compelled to come here and speak tonight, just with the backing that girls have had since Title IX. I was, I don't know how we have a sport, but we don't have a position where we're paying a coach to coach that sport. So, and with that, I'll go ahead and end it here and let the next person have extra time.
Thank you. Next is Vanessa Ruiz, followed by Will Lyon.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Ruiz, and I'm a science and leadership teacher at RVMS. I'm also a parent to an 8th grader and a sophomore in our district. And I just have to add that as a mother of 2 daughters who used to do jujitsu and have friends on like girl wrestlers on the wrestling team, like I hear that need for girls coaches for wrestling. So thank you guys for being here to talk about that. I'd also like to first thank all of you on the board, and especially Stephanie Manieri, for your service to this board. We may not always agree on the best paths forward, but we can always agree that our students deserve the bravest and boldest versions of ourselves to put their needs first. I'd also like to thank, this is an old story, but I'd also like to thank Sarah Williams from Slater, Kat Jorgensen, and the Pioneer GSA staff and students for including us from other sites to join them in the Pride Parade earlier this month. And thank you for walking with us, Director De La Torre. I hope that next year there can be an even bigger gathering with more support from our district. The first of 2 topics I'd like to advocate for today is the idea of returning to Chromebook carts, at least for middle schools. We have seen firsthand that many middle school students do not treat their devices kindly, and there is a big decline in the condition of these Chromebooks and the means with which to repair or replace them. Whereas once we may have been able to assume that all students would bring a working Chromebook to class every day, we ended the 2025 school year with the sad realization that this is no longer holding true. The tech addiction to online games has also posed big challenges to this especially developmentally susceptible age group. Maybe there could be a program where families with need could check out a Chromebook for the school year so they could keep one at home. The very act of lugging a Chromebook back and forth, often without the proper battery charge, has become more of an issue than it's worth. And many of us teachers have transitioned back mostly into paper assignments, which can better support learning anyway. The research is out there, as I tell my students constantly. Writing something by hand makes a stronger neural connection in your brain than typing something on a screen. I speak for my site and for other middle school teachers who agree that it's time to return to Chromebook carts for middle school. The second topic I'd like to ask for your attention to is a district-wide cell phone policy, which I know we're working on. We need a policy for phones that's consistent across sites. There could be 3 tiers of policies, right? Like elementary, middle, and high school, guided by the best practices and solid science to support our young people in developing the self-regulation that they need in their own lives to become successful adults. We wish everyone a well-deserved time off. When we return, please continue to make the hard and brave decisions that best support our youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Will Lyon.
Hello, members of the board. I'm Will Lyon. I'm an English teacher at Santa Rosa High School and a parent. I have a uprising sophomore football player wrestler, and I am the Santa Rosa High School head wrestling coach. I want to lend my voice to the other coaches that are arguing, rightly so, for girls wrestling. I agree with everything they said. I can add that my first year coaching ever was 1998. And it was at Santa Rosa Middle School. And at that time, an opposing coach told me that girls are not allowed on the team. Turned out to be illegal and wrong, but that's where it was in 1998. Flash forward till now, girls wrestling is the biggest sport, growing sport, the fastest growing sport in the state of California, in the country, and at the Olympic level. It's becoming exponential. College wrestling too. Our girls have opportunities to continue their education through wrestling. The ask specifically, you probably don't know this, it's at the appendix at the end of the contract, but that appendix that has all the stipends and all the coaches and stuff, the name of it is boys head coach, boys assistant coach. That's what the contract says. It ignores girls completely, and it hasn't been updated in 20-something, I don't know how many long, probably 20 years. That's what it said back in 1998. What the ask is, if you change that language to head coach, running the entire program, then a boys assistant and a girls assistant, that's the next step. That can help us recruit more athletes. It can help us give a better experience to those athletes. They wrestle at different tournaments. They wrestle in different gyms in different towns on on any given Saturday. So what happens if you don't have a girls coach and you just have the 2 coaches trying to work it out, somebody gets shortchanged, and it tends to be the girls because there are fewer girl events. And so they're the ones who get left out more often. Not because the coaches want to do it, but if you look at the number of matches the girls get, that's a factor in it. The other teams that coach mentioned that have ponied up for a girls coach, they have more girls out there. Those girls get more matches. They compete better. They have an overall better experience, which brings all the benefits of any sport, right? So if we in the short term grew each high school grew the program by 1 assistant coach and had a dedicated girl assistant coach. So you always, every single Saturday, had a coach who could take girls to get on the mat and compete. It would grow the value of the entire sport, but it would have a triple or quadruple benefit to all those girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other blue cards?
There are no other blue cards.
Then that concludes public comment. We will now move on to our special presentation for outgoing trustee Stephanie Manieri. Do I make her sit somewhere?
You earn the right to sit where you want at this point.
This is intimidating.
And I refuse to talk first. I think Omar should talk first.
Thank you. Wow, I miss you. I really do miss you very much. I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself and have demonstrated leadership by doing that. I think that's been an awesome example. I appreciate all that you do for our community, all that you've done for our community, all that you've done in advocating for the students of Santa Rosa City Schools. I know that you'll continue to do that in a different way, in a different component of our community, and that it's at the core of who you are. It's the passionate person that you are. I have always seen how much corazón you put into it all. We joined the board at the same time, so now I'm the old timer. But it truly is and has been an honor to have served with you, and so thank you. For collectively being the first Lobos ever to serve on the board. And you were the first Lobo president on the board. So congratulations for that historical moment and achievement. And again, thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Trustee De La Torre?
I'm going to hold back rock possible. Stephanie, hello. It's so beautiful to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing us to honor you and to say a proper goodbye. Thank you for putting yourself and your family first and taking care of yourself above all else. And thank you for leading by example. We may not have always been on the same side of a discussion, but the amount of respect I have for you to have thorough, robust conversations always led to the best possible result. And I appreciate that for you. I appreciate the examples you've set and for being one of the trustees that voted to put me in this seat and to work side by side with you and get to know you deeper and know why you do the work you do and understand how important each vote is. And sometimes it's easier to vote certain ways to make things more comfortable, but how to stay true to your heart, to vote to what's important, to get the best decisions possible for our students and our families and our teachers. So thank you for setting that example. Thank you for putting the tireless amount of hours and effort into this position. And thank you for continuing to support and lift up your community and everything you do. You are missed from this board. You will never be missed in this community because you will always continue to lead with your heart and take care of your community. And you know how to get a hold of each and every one of us if you have thoughts, questions, and concerns or need things. And we look forward to your continued advocacy and your voice to always do what you feel is right.
Trustee Jenkins?
Go. Hi. It's nice to see you. I'm getting better at not crying, not so great though. But I just wanted to really appreciate you for obviously all you've done on the board, but in the community more so. And I'm sure that you and I will cross paths in the community going forward. And I'm really excited to see what becomes of the rest of your life. I truly appreciate you setting personal boundaries and sticking to them throughout even just throughout the time that we were on the board together. It's very inspiring to see, other females really doing that and holding the line and knowing where that line is, because it sets a precedent for others. So thank you so much for that. And I'm excited to see what you do next.
Trustee, I don't remember your name. Caston?
Stephanie, before coming onto the board was these many months of kind of purgatory for us new trustees. And we use that for learning. And you met with me at least 3 or 4 times down at Tia Maria. And I benefited so much from you helping me get up to speed and taking that time and how much you care about the individual issues and the detailed in your notes. I don't think people truly understand your note-taking skills are legendary. You know, the repository of every detail that you pay attention to. It's a loss for us to not have you on the board, a benefit that you were on it. And thank you for the time that you spent in helping me get up to speed. And, you know, I share everyone else. I wish you the best. And I know that we're going to see each other many, many times in the future. So thank you.
Trustee Kirby?
Hey, Stephanie, welcome back. Sorry I didn't get a chance to get to know you better since I was just here for a short time while you're here, but I appreciated the coffee time and getting to know you a little bit. We didn't really sit on any committees together or anything, but just want to thank you for your courage, you know, as a young person stepping up into a position like this on the board. I can't imagine what that was like. And just thank you again for, you know, your representation of our community and again, having the guts to do that. Appreciate it. Thanks.
So I remember when I first joined this board, I barely had to talk in these meetings because I knew that someone else, often you, would ask the question or make the comment that that I was thinking. And so I got kind of the privilege of just sitting here and listening and making sure someone said it. And I got to be kind of in the background. And I was just always so impressed and so grateful for how eloquently you could express the thoughts that I had around equity, and how well you could fight for our most marginalized students. This board has been really, I think, a standout board in terms of equity and fighting for equity, and you were such a huge part of that. In 6 years, you gave us 6 years, and I think that that was just an amazing time that you gave to this district. Sorry, my brain's not really like working right. I also know that I could not have stepped into this presidency without you there to support me as my vice president, even if it was just for those first few months. So I'm grateful to you for that. I'm not going to talk anymore. Lisa, you talk.
Stephanie, thank you so much. I got the pleasure of serving with you for 2.5 years. They were not easy times. And I know that it was an incredibly heavy load that you carried up here as a trustee. And I am so appreciative of the grace and kindness that you showed in your service. And to echo what others have said, you serve with heart and with students at the core of your actions. So thank you so much for all that you do. And we miss you.
Could you let George know there's a vacancy?
I'll let him know. Well, thank you. I mean, you did not have to do this, and the fact that you did means a lot to me, and I'm just really grateful. And, you know, I haven't gone anywhere. I'm still here and very committed as ever to this, not just this district, but to all of our young people in Sonoma County, and will continue to do that in whatever way I can. So please know that, like, I'm still here to serve in a different capacity, in a different way, but I'm still your partner. And however I can support, get the word out about anything. How we say it in Spanish, aquí estoy para servirles, and that's kind of always been my motto. So here to serve however I can.
And did you go somewhere 2 weeks ago?
I heard you, I was tuning into the meeting before rushing over here. I heard Director Medina talk about Disneyland. I was also at Disneyland supporting LC and CCLA. Thank you to Mr. Nava and the whole team for allowing me to be there. It was such a beautiful experience. Just such a full circle moment for me personally. So yes, I was there. I didn't get a chance to say hi to Director Medina, but it was really a great time and just really nourishing. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Consent. Can I get a motion for items G1 through 4, 6 through 11, 13 through 21, and 23 through 26?
So moved. Second.
Moved by trustee Keston, seconded by trustee Medina. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. G5?
Yes, so I pulled G5 only for the contract with Santa Rosa Community Health for the LC Allen Clinic. And the only reason that I pulled it was I would like to see it for 1-year increments instead of 3-year with the 2 1-year add-ons, simply because we are continuing with our budget approval. We're continuing to face such strict budget times. The LC Allen Clinic came up in some of our communication around closures, and I don't want that to impact an outside organization impacting how we are conducting things.
Trustee Medina?
Given that there's no direct cost to the district, how would like our financial decisions impact this contract?
Well, there was a lot of like talk about, well, what happens to LC Clinic? What happens to LC Allen Clinic? Centers of Community Health put out the email to all of their employees to ask that we specifically about that school. So I don't want it to impact the overall district.
Like impact how is what I'm trying to understand. Like their advocacy is a problem, or what is the issue? Because there's no direct cost to the district with this contract, so that's what I'm trying to understand.
Could I add on to the questions I think trustee Jenkins is elaborating on? When I did a tour with the health clinic at LC, they expressed that there was challenges with their location because Uber and Lyft was no longer allowing youth to access the clinic via their services. And so we were having transportation issues for youth that weren't at LC Allen because it's a district-wide service that serves students throughout there. There was conversations about potentially needing another location, and there was a lot of outstanding questions about space, access, and locations. Anything about this contract restrict us to this location, or are we still able to tackle those transportation and location challenges that were brought up during consolidation?
Well, just to clarify, that transportation issue was caused by an action that we took, right? Like there was an action that of a service that they couldn't no longer.
My understanding is the transportation issue is caused by an action that ride-sharing services took because teenagers from other campuses that are supposed to be able to access this service are no longer able to access it because they're not able to get there via bus or rideshare. That's the gist of what I remember from this issue.
I don't believe that there has been any adjustment to the buses. It is obviously complicated to get from a school to another school via bus, but that has not been adjusted. It is that programs like the more publicly known rideshare programs no longer allow minors to ride by themselves. So while the clinic is still publicly accessible, it is more complicated for either students who do not have their own transportation or who are restricted to public transportation.
So does this contract prohibit us from tackling those issues that were identified in the consolidation process?
Not that I'm aware of. In terms of the concept of moving the clinic, it would need to be recognized that the space, and I'm glad you've taken the tour. I've taken tours myself. If any board member hasn't yet, I strongly recommend doing so. The complication is that the space for the clinic is designed as if it were a medical center, and there are specific facility requirements. There's refrigeration needs. There are, the ability to go and meet in a room that is wired correctly and soundproofed. It is specifically designed there. And the idea that you could scoop up a clinic and easily move it to a new location would be facility prohibitive. But I defer obviously to the facilities master plan. It would just not be a simple thing. You can't just scoop it up and set it in a portable or scoop it up and set it in a building. There would need to be some substantial thought around that.
And just to be clear, I'm not saying I'm not asking, are we able to move it? I'm asking these issues, as Director Jenkins is bringing up, were brought up in our consolidation. The concern, from what I'm hearing, is a 3-year contract where we may limit our ability to resolve it. Do we have the flexibility across the vast array of ways to solve a district-wide transportation issue like this to still be able to tackle those issues, or does this 3-year contract pose a problem for us being able to tackle them?
As far as transportation, I don't see that being an issue. As far as, the concern would be the facilities themselves and whether that doesn't, I'm concerned in the conversation about the clinic being tied to a school or anything like that. The clinic is accessible to all. Its location is at LC Allen at the site, and it's part of wraparound services that are extended to students. It ties very well into our community schools opportunities and grants and services as providing supports to care for the full child from their physical health. In addition, with the other wraparound services. I'm going to pull up, I'm looking at the contract real quick just to look at some terms, and I'll pass it on, but I just wanted to answer that.
Something I would just like to know is if we do approve the 3-year, if that's restrictive in any ways, if anything move forward to financial instability in the future. I would like to move forward approving this contract. Just would like further understanding if by approving that, if we're limiting ourselves to any future restrictions.
So I do just want to share that the 3-year does still contain a termination clause, item 4.2, which is that either party may terminate this agreement at any time and for any reason with 90 days prior written notice to the other party. So the 3 years, it just provides some stability for both the district and the clinic as an intention.
That makes sense. And to be clear, I work with Center of Community Health every single day. The conversations that came up during the consolidation process were concerning. And so I'm happy to hear about the clause. I probably read that. There was a lot of reading this weekend. So thank you for the clarification.
My concern is not continuing, it's making sure everyone's able to access. So, it is, I think, 46,000 student access points. It obviously came up from multiple folks that access has changed because of the change in user policies for the rideshare services. And so, if anything, it's how do we expand access to this type of a clinic? How do we expand access? I know they have the residency program that they're working on. There's a lot of education, crossover. So, we don't want to use the 90-day termination, want to expand these programs.
Well,
Is there-
and
I'm
we
so
are,
sorry.
oh, I apologize.
No, I couldn't figure out who was talking. Go
I-
ahead, Stacy.
We are continuing to work with community organizations that may potentially be rideshare options. We're exploring those. I don't have anything to report or share other than we are in very, very preliminary early conversations with some potential options, not specific to the clinic, but kind of a broader scale ride sharing options that may exist in our community.
Delatorre?
So with that being said, if we were not to approve this, we definitely limit access to all. So I make a motion to approve G5.
Second.
Moved by trustee Delatorre, seconded by trustee Medina. Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. G12?
That's me again. Let me see which one that was. Oh, yes, the North Coast School of Education. I just had an additional question. My additional question is, are we currently paying for this? If not, who is? And that's it. The other one doesn't apply.
So there's different aspects to the North Coast School of Education. We have always paid for the Be a Teacher program, the fees for the teachers and for those that need a CTE credential to go. What is different now from before is paying the mentors. Up until last year, we were reimbursed $1,200 of the $1,500 that we pay to the mentors. And we're no longer being reimbursed for that. So we need to pay the mentors their $1,500 stipend.
Okay, and we don't have, it's, from what I recall, the number's not solid numbered because it depends on a whole bunch of different things.
It depends on how many new teachers we have that have to go through induction.
Right.
And so the more new teachers we hired that have not already had their credential cleared in another district, it's a requirement that they clear their credential. And so we pay for a mentor for 2 years.
Thank you. I don't think oh, Mark has a question. Dr. Kirby.
Can you just clarify, is it, when you say we pay, is it general fund or restricted funds? Where's that coming from?
We have restricted funds that we can use to support the mentor teachers.
I move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Jenkins, seconded by trustee Delatorre. Roll call vote.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. And G22?
Yes, this is the site fees. School facility site fees. Let me just see what my beef was. I had one clarifying question, and that was regarding Group A, district sponsors, school affiliated parent organizations. Are they still charged for, am I reading this right, that they would still be charged for custodial fees?
That's correct.
And they're not currently, right?
It depends. It depends. My name is Simona Hoyos, by the
Hi,
way.
Simona.
This is my
first time I'm talking to the board. I
Welcome.
am the Santa Rosa City Schools District Accountant. And thank you. I am officially in the club now. So yes, it has been very gray area, which is why we wanted to solidify the three groups and really distinguish who's paying for what. And the custodian fee was a very big area of contention and making sure that we're recouping the cost. Because a lot of the times when we're not recouping the cost, the site is paying for that. So this is now making it fair for everybody. And when we have a custodian who has to appear when it's a non-regular school hour, that we are being reimbursed for that custodian.
So we're getting reimbursed, the district
Yes,
is
correct, the
getting
district.
reimbursed. The sites could probably play around with that as far as like who pays for it, right?
Correct. Yes,
My-
we could do that.
My concern was simply that I feel like the parent groups and district sponsored things are going to be doing a lot more this coming year and the
Correct.
following years. And I don't want
Yes.
to throw costs at them for trying to fundraise and trying to build community, things of that sort. So that was my concern.
Correct.
But with the understanding that that fee can be dealt with in a variety of ways, just to kind of clarify
Yes.
things, I'm good
Yeah.
with that.
Okay.
And yet, Mark has a question.
My question would be, since this is a potential source of revenue for us, I just want to make sure, is this fee schedule going to be published like on our website
Yeah.
to be able to?
Yes, it will be. And it's not really a revenue, it's more of recuperation of cost. So Group B, which is the reduced fee, is really sharing the cost with the 401(c)(3)s nonprofits. And then obviously with parent organizations, we are absorbing the entire cost. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not really revenue. It will be posted on our website, and then going into Incident IQ, it will be up front, so people will be able to see the fee before they book.
Perfect. Thank you.
I move to approve. Oh,
Second.
just kidding.
I was just gonna add a clarification here or a correction. It says 501(c), but isn't it 501(c)(3)? Should be,
Correct. I'm just a little nervous. Did I write it down incorrectly as well?
yeah.
Okay,
It says 501(c) on the chart.
I'll correct it.
So yeah, so it just should be 501(c)(3).
Nonprofits. Yes.
All right, so that was moved by trustee Jenkins and seconded by trustee Delatorre. Roll call vote.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. All right, moving on to our discussion action items. So skipping H1, going to H2, approval of the Cesar Chavez Language Academy LCAP. Dr. Castro?
Yes, good evening. And thank you for the opportunity. We have 5 LCAPs here. And a couple of our principals are in the ether on Zoom. Principal Diaz is one of them, if you have any questions. As you know, on the 11th of June, we had the public hearings for the LCAPs. The charters do not have presentations per se, but if you have any questions, they are available. Do you want me to, I don't have anything to project, but it's available if you want me to join as a presenter to start sharing. But tonight's requested action, the first one would be that the Board of Education approve the 25-26 LCAP for Cesar Chavez Language Academy.
Move to approve the 25-26 Cesar Chavez Language Academy LCAP.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? All right, moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Caston. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre is absent. President McNally.
Aye, motion passes.
Next item is Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter School.
I'll move to
We have
approve.
Principal Coriel present here.
Second.
Any questions? Okay, that was moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Caston. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes.
Trustee Delatorre is going to wonder what happened when he gets back from the bathroom. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the LCAP 2526 for Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. The requested action tonight is that the Board of Education for Santa Rosa City Schools approve the 2526 LCAP for Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts.
Move to approve. Second.
Any questions or discussion? Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Caston. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. And the last charter school is Santa Rosa French American Charter. Principal Anderson is here. And the requested action is that the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education approve the 2526 LCAP for Santa Rosa French American Charter.
Move to approve. Second.
Any questions or discussion? Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Caston. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. The next one we have is the LCAP for Santa Rosa City Schools. I do have a PowerPoint presentation if you'd like to see that.
Were there changes since the last time?
No changes. There is a little bit more information, in particular some financial information that I think it would be important to share. Also, we beefed up the PowerPoint just because I think it's important to have that to share with the community as a reference. So if I could take maybe 5 minutes to just go through a little
Sure.
bit of that.
5-minute highlights, that would be great.
Okay. Do you see me now? Excellent.
She's sharing.
Oh, you're sharing. Yeah, okay, fine. You drive. Okay. Added a few slides here. Important, I think, to share also, we all know the work that was done in partnership with the community this year, really going through some critical adjustments and fiscal stabilization efforts with, at the same time, trying to increase transparency with our community and really, like I said, working shoulder to shoulder, trying to strengthen alignment between resources and student needs and really increase responsiveness to our stakeholders. As a part of this, we wanted to really increase also input from our community stakeholders going into the second year next year of our LCAP. And so we did completely revise our stakeholder input process. I think that's on the next slide. Oh, skipping over something. One of the biggest and most important things that we did as part of this year and part of the fiscal stabilization process is really look at how we record and report our finances and what the LCAP does represent with respect to our supplemental and concentration funds and what we report as base and what we report as supplemental. A more prudent way of actually understanding how we spend our resources and how we make the most of our restricted resources, our base resources, and our supplemental and concentration resources. And so that was really a deep dive in analyzing how to make the most of what we get. And a big part of that was also establishing staffing ratios. So what is it that how do we level set how we support our students and how do we support our neediest students? As a part of that, what I was mentioning before, we really wanted to hear from our community also what were their priorities and how our priorities have shifted from we're coming out of the pandemic. You know, these are come in 3-year cycles. And so it's important to hear every year how things are shifting a little bit. And so we had heard that we really needed to revise the process. And so we did, and we came up with a new way of receiving input. And we can continue to revise this actually every year to see how we can do better from our community. And this isn't meant to be readable. This is what it looks like from a distance. And all of these documents have been uploaded to the board item, and they're all available to the public so that they understand and can take some time when they have time to go through this information. These next few slides here, I'm not going to go into them, but this is something that we started last year, and it was an important way to what I call demystify. One of the big calls that I'm hearing, and I'm hearing very clearly, is how do we demystify, or how do we make what is this education speak that we have and what's in the LCAP understandable to the community. And so when it comes to the LCAP and how it changes every year, quite simply, how did it change? What did we add? What did we revise? What did we take out? So this slide and the next 2 or 3 basically break down in each goal how things changed. What actions were increased, what actions were revised, and which actions were diminished or had to be eliminated completely. I want to also say that this document is not something that just exists in these moments. These moments have to happen by law, but these plans are moral commitments that we have to the community, and they can be looked at any time. And so any questions that anybody would have, whether it be an LCAP or like a SIPSA, a school plan, these are living documents. And so at any time, anybody can ask any administrator to have a meeting and sit down and discuss them, and they're open for revision. Now, formal revisions happen a couple of times a year. When it comes to like an LCAP, they're up for discussion. But like a SIPSA, for example, at a school, you can have a conversation about that anytime with your school site council. So these plans are living documents, and we need to do a better job at the central office of, like, I'm saying it right now, but we need to talk about that more. And so all these plans are always something we can be talking about. The moments that we have right now are only had because we have to do them by law, like this has to be passed. If you want to go back just really quickly, no, not that one, the differentiated assistance one. This is important because this is something that we have to actually talk about as a district. You know, we had talked about how we came out of needing assistance from the County Office of Education because we've been increasing in our academic outcomes, but we're still eligible to receive assistance from the County Office of Education, even though we aren't technically a district that receives differentiated assistance. We haven't been identified under differentiated assistance. We're still eligible because it happens in 3-year cycles, and we appreciate the support that we get from the county office. And we're really excited that next year we're going to be taking our big focus. Our district focus is quality first instruction and understanding what that means. And that's usually also called Tier 1. Next year, with the support of the County Office of Education, that support is going to be taken to understand how do we support students at that next level. And that's MTSS, multiple tiers of support. And so we're going to start understanding what do we do to support students for which that first quality of level of instruction, that isn't quite enough. And so that's when we really start to understand how to support students at different levels. So it's important for us to understand that we're continuing to receive support from the county office in that way. At this point, I'll turn it over to Interim Superintendent August, because this is the information that we weren't able to share at the June 11th meeting.
So these are just very high level analysis expenditures of where the differences were. So where we didn't spend funds or where we did in different goals or actions throughout the year. So this is just an overview. Due to time, I'm not going to spend time going through each slide, but these are all attached so you can see the major areas where those differences were. And they are described in a little more detail in the LCAP itself. And those are the revisions that happened between the last meeting and this meeting. than the metrics.
Yeah, and these are just an example of some metrics that are aligned to goals that we track. These are not the only ones that we track, but just an example of a snapshot of goals, of metrics that on a regular basis we're tracking that align to the priorities and actions and strategies that we've identified in the LCAP as priorities for us. And that's it. If you have any questions.
Any questions or discussion? Or a motion? Trustee Jenkins?
I really appreciate this presentation. It was extremely helpful. I actually read the whole thing, which was fun.
The whole LCAP?
Yeah. And I found a typo. Let's see if I can tell you what the typo was. There was a box that was only partially full. Page 70.
Okay.
The first box was not complete. And my favorite part about it was actually exactly what you just mentioned is the information of where we are now, what's changed, why we're changing it. And that I think that is just like the most important thing for everyone. Like I wish this room was full right now just to hear that part so that they can go and see those differences in it. It's just so incredibly important as we move forward with all of the things that we have to do. The other thing, just as feedback, I guess, is, and knowing that it's a living document and that things can change going forward, whether that be this coming year or in the next cycle. The thing that was kind of challenging for me was not seeing, while I know there's a focus on like the SSAs to increase people on campus and the safety bit. I personally was concerned that there wasn't funding going towards SROs. That being said, I do totally recognize that when we agreed or voted on the MOU, the funding piece was up in the air, right? And budgets of both our budget as well as the city budget and how all of those things work together. And I guess that's the only piece that was really missing for me, is because I think that that is such an important piece. But also we've been getting information that impacts those decisions regularly and will continue to with all of these darn federal things. So that was the only piece of like solid information, and then the page 70.
Thank you.
Trustee Caston?
Yeah, I think another element of this is how can we capture all of the comments and input we get throughout the year that aren't labeled LCAP at the meeting, but are actually our community talking to us about what those priorities are. Because, you look at the Spendadot results and the survey results, and you're talking tens or dozens of people responding versus the hundreds that showed up to multiple meetings and expressed their goals and values. And I think we did a very good job capturing what those folks were telling us. We see investments here in academics, we see investments in athletics, we see investments in the things that are important to the community in the document. But how do we next year capture those comments so that they're quantified and able to be documented and sent to SCO as a part of it, that was actually a part of what we were hearing, and we're not just saying, if you know what LCAP means and you showed up there, you get to choose what's important for the community, but really front loading all of these interaction points we have as a district. And I firmly believe that we did a good job with the substance. I think the end result here is important changes that are going to invest in our students and will have a material impact for honestly, the reasons that we've heard from a lot of families that they're not coming to our district. So I think there's a lot of changes in the right direction here, but how do we capture that in order to show that input in the future? And I'd even suggest we have our strategic planning meetings when we have them be a part of the LCAP process, because fundamentally the LCAP's the best strategic document that we have to legally produce. And so if we have our strategic planning process be the start of the LCAP process each year, where the board's involved in opening that up, it could be a good way of also getting that broader input to be considered a part of this input process.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm open to any suggestion.
Otherwise, I think the document and the changes are great. I mean, we definitely went in the right direction and we listened to the community. It's not everything, it's just like everything else, continuous improvement.
Yes.
But it is improvement and it's continuing.
Thank you.
Trustee Medina?
I just want to say that, to me, the LCAP process still fairly new. It's only about a decade old. And so I think we've consistently been adapting and changing and improving. And so I think we're better off than we were when we started in terms of doing this process. We've learned a lot in the process and gotten better at it. So I just want to say to everybody involved, good job.
Thank you.
Trustee Jenkins?
I'd have a question as far as process. So I know that we have the meetings, and thank you again. You've been at all of them. I feel like that's how I got to know you, was the first round of them last year. But is there a process of like a feedback loop that is ongoing? As far as, for instance, like in Montgomery, for instance, we have a monthly parent meeting and it's all the parent groups and then they split off. And I'm wondering if there's a process in place or possibly to propose about getting feedback throughout the year that can then get to you outside of like the LCAP meetings, because they're not well attended. At least the second round of them wasn't. And so we obviously want as much input as we can get from all of the stakeholders. So I'm like, I don't know if you would like support from that from us or
Yeah, I mean, the thing that comes to mind to me that wasn't something that we had to monitor at all was like an online survey or something that we could just leave open, year round. Something like that seems easy. I don't know if that's the best thing. That comes to mind right away, right? That so people could just, but then that limits people that don't have online, access. But that's the first thing that comes to mind right now. But I mean, I'm open to anything, and so we could also check in with sites on a monthly basis to see with the school site councils, for example. They could have like one of their school site council meetings could be LCAP feedback, every couple of months, something like that.
I love that. I love the idea of like the school sites having specific feedback loops that then can go to you. So it's not as much of like, oh, I mean, I've looked at survey results through online stuff and it can get a little bit daunting if you get,
Yeah.
So that would be cool. Thank you.
So I think something that we haven't called out directly this year is exactly what was mentioned earlier, is that we've actually been listening all year and taking that feedback, and that's showing up in the LCAP, but we didn't formally say, this will be used in our LCAP. And so I think those were opportunities that were missed with our labor partners, where we talked about priorities of, theirs in, say, negotiations, for example, and that showed up in those discussions, but we didn't formally recognize it. So there are a lot of areas where we have these ongoing conversations that it's really more about formalizing that and saying, hey, at all of these, it's information that can be input in the LCAP. I also want to call attention to, we do have where we've captured written responses to some of those questions and the things that have come up there. Those are linked on our site as well.
Trustee Caston?
I'd like to move approval of Santa Rosa City Schools LCAP.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Caston, seconded by Trustee Medina. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much, Dr. Castro.
Thank you.
Next, we have H8, which is an action item to accept the measures I, L, C, and G Citizens Oversight Committee. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. H7, also an action item, adoption of the Santa Rosa City Schools budget.
I'll turn it over to you, Joel.
Thank you, President McNally, Interim Superintendent August, trustees. Similar to the LCAP, we held our public hearing for the 2025-26 budget on June 11th. where we presented the details of the proposed budget. Since then, our assumptions that were included in the budget have not changed. The unrestricted resources in the budget have had very, very minor changes, pretty much none. There were some updates to restricted programs with more information that came to light and to meet the needs of those restricted programs, but very minor as well. So I would say that the budget is exactly what was presented at the June 11th public hearing. With that, I'd turn it over for questions, and we ask that the board consider approval of the 2025-26 budget.
Trustee Caston?
I move approval of the 25-26 budget.
Trustee Jenkins?
Like a question / comment. Where did it go? Hold on just a second. Oh, it's actually more of feedback than a question or a comment, but maybe a request. So the same thing that was so beneficial in the LCAP as far as where we are, what we changed, where we're going or what the goal is. I just think that would be incredibly helpful to have some kind of an ongoing conversation for the community as far as transparency as what we're doing to help with this astronomical feat that that's happening. And when I say we, I mean like what all the different levels are doing. And then in addition to that, are we collecting, not necessarily you, but maybe like us as trustees or staff or whoever. So what we're doing to remedy it, and then are we asking for help? From a frugal single parent standpoint, it's like, well, where can we ask for discounts? And it sounds like we are, so that's good. But just to put that out there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
Trustee
you.
Medina?
Yeah, just for clarification, the resolution, do we need to adopt that first to approve the combined budget? Or do we just approve the budget, and is that approving the resolution? Because I see the attached resolution. I just wanted to clarify. Do we need two things here, or is it just,
It's all one action.
okay?
It's like the
The adoption of the
resolution
resolution.
and the budget. Mhm.
Well, I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you. Look forward to the 45-day budget update.
All right, now we have measures I, L, C, and G, Citizens Oversight Committee.
And I'd like to start by saying Michael Vonderporten, one of our committee members, had planned to be here this evening, but ended up needing to be out of town. So we have staff and Van Pelt here to provide the presentation.
Well, thank you, President McNally, Superintendent August, and members of the board. I wasn't really prepared to talk about this one tonight, so I apologize. But luckily, I have my team here with me who does help with all of our Citizens Oversight Committee meetings and can help us go through this presentation for the acceptance of measures I, L, C, and G of the Oversight Committee annual reports and audits. What's going to happen? There we go.
All right. Well, hi, my name is Kelly Jurgensen with Van Pelt Construction Services. We recently met with the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee to finalize their report. We reviewed what had gone on during the construction and the expenditures associated with the fiscal year 23-24, and we'll try to take the board through it as quickly as possible. All right, and I'm going to let Felicia do some of these because she worked closely with the committee to draft the report. I will say that we're actively working on encouraging more membership to the committee, which is a really important aspect that we're focused on, and working on closing out expenditures on the older bonds so that we can focus the committee members on the current bond. So that's a little side note, and I'll let Felicia take you through the report.
I believe we are actually full. I think our membership is actually full. Did we not fill every slot we need?
We're just waiting for confirmation on one final
more,
member
okay.
so that we can bring them for
Thank
the
you.
board's approval. So both reports are going to be very similar. So I'll just give a brief overview of each page, starting with the COC membership. This is where we keep track of each of the required categories of members. So you can see we were missing a parent or guardian, and since then we have had one join the committee. These always get a little bit confusing because they're for the prior fiscal year. So this will reflect 23-24, and this is as of 23-24. So here are our members and each of the categories that they satisfy. And this is the bond background. This is what we have on our website about the bond, and just the brief synopsis of the bond, the ballot language that was taken to voters back in 2022. These are our goals for measures C and G. Again, a little bit more background. And this is the role of the Citizens Oversight Committee and some of their requirements. The main requirement for Prop 39 is that we have a Citizens Oversight Committee to oversee our expenditures through the bond and make sure that they are in accordance with the bond language. And so every year they review our audit reports and they review our expenditures, and we work together providing this annual report that they sign off on and provide to the board, basically signifying that they either agree or disagree that we did in fact spend expenditures accordingly. This is a little bit about our master plan and the history behind it. We included this last year while we were in process of updating it. And so we went ahead and reflected the changes that had been made in terms of it being approved in December of 2023 for that fiscal year, and included that here. This is the role of the board for Prop 39 and overseeing the bond. And this is their annual compliance opinion. So per CalBOC requirements, CalBOC is the state entity that provides recommendations and guidance for all citizens oversight committees. They recommend that we include this statement of compliance for every annual report. And this is the statement that the committee is essentially giving to the board, that they agree again that all expenditures were in alliance with the bond language. This was something that came up from our committee that they wanted us to include, the difference between classified versus certificated. These were our two meetings that we had in 23-24 and the agenda items that we reviewed during those meetings. Here's the financial summary of our expenditures. This is pulled from Key Analytics. And here are our grand totals on the bottom.
The Key Analytics program allows our staff to track expenditures for bonds across multiple fiscal years and marries up with the district's financial system so that we can make sure at a moment's notice, we always know where we're at with how much we've spent and how much we have left, as well as how much is budgeted for each project. So it's a tool we use a lot with CBOC.
And here's a summary of our fiscal and performance audits. Again, these are required every year from a third-party independent auditor. They provide a fiscal audit and a performance audit. For Measure C and G, there were no findings for either fiscal or performance. And these were some major takeaways. The first bullet point was something that a committee member had requested we include about the county treasury. And the second bullet point was the committee, their commendation of district staff for expending bond dollars according to the language and having no fiscal or performance audit findings. And here are just some fun photos of the work that we accomplished with measures C and G in fiscal year 23-24.
We do need to cover one thing on the INL items as well. The majority of the report is the same, so I'll just skip through the slides to the differences. And the committees have the same membership, so we'll skip past that. These are the particulars for measures INL. So these were the bonds approved in 2016 that we are almost finished spending out.
Okay, and here is the major difference between the two reports. We did have a repeat audit finding, which was a performance finding based off of the term limits of the committee. So per the Citizens Oversight bylaws, committee members are not supposed to serve more than 3 terms or 7 years at a time. Because it is so difficult to find members oftentimes despite the district's efforts in advertising, we did have the finding that our committee members had essentially been on the committee for too long. We have taken the recommendations of the auditors. We do have a tracking system in place, and we are consistently advertising to get new members onto our committee. But one of the other major efforts that our team is making along with business services is to finish expending out measures INL and journaling everything over so that that committee will dissolve and we will no longer have this finding. Those members can continue to serve on measures C and G and the term limits start fresh. So they will not have to run into that, that 7-year limit for quite a while.
And just to note, it was a repeat finding and it was on the recommendation of legal counsel that we go ahead and continue with the same members because it was better to have the committee and have them termed out than to not have a committee.
Again, the same major takeaways, and here are some photos of measure C and G work. Oh, INL, sorry. Yes, roofing and HVAC. And that concludes our annual reports.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes, so with limited membership, as well as only 2 meetings in the year, did I read that correctly? Is there a reason why you meet so rarely?
So it was actually discussed at several meetings about the frequency of the meetings, and considering that it's hard to get everybody in the same room, the committee opted for only meeting twice this year at the recommendation of the chair and the discussion that had after that. With that said, I think as things pick up with the new bond programs, we'll probably start meeting more frequently as we spend those dollars a little more quickly. The law only requires 1 meeting a year, but that's just not enough to get your business done. So districts typically do 2 to 4 meetings a year is pretty common. So I think we'll probably be getting more to the cadence of 4 a year as we start to spend those new dollars a little bit more quickly.
Thank you. And I also think, like, as we're trying to really community build and all of the things that we're doing, that advertisement at the site levels can go as we try to get those communities tighter. Hopefully people will talk more and do their word of mouth advertising as well.
Yeah, and just to add one thing, on our last COC, I think we had 4 new members, so we're trying to retain them moving forward.
I'd like to move to accept the Measures INL and CNG Oversight Committee annual reports and audit reports. Second.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, it was moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee De La Torre. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, everyone. All right, next we have a discussion item, school site reconfiguration update on SRCS and SCO ad hoc partnership. So we have Amy Carter and Greg Medici here from SCO, as well as Superintendent August and our board members of the ad hoc.
We have a few members also joining us on Zoom. I'm promoting them now.
And when we're ready, I'll share screen.
Well, before we get started, I just want to remind the board that the Sonoma County Office of Education and Santa Rosa City Schools has entered into a partnership over the last few months. This is a 6-month partnership just to really tackle some of the projects that the system is facing. When we were first before you, we asked for the opportunity to provide resources, state partnerships, and staff to help Santa Rosa City Schools explore possible solutions to the challenges it faces. So we've done a lot of efforts in all 6 of those streams. You've seen some of the efforts around the fiscal crisis management team. But tonight we're really, this is our effort to partner with outside experts to answer for the board really, what is the impact to the community in the shift to the middle high school opportunity for students, checking in with the community, evaluating their thoughts, and an opportunity to really look at demographics. The demographic study that we're undertaking impacts beyond Santa Rosa City Schools and will impact the larger Sonoma County, and so it will be benefit to all of your surrounding districts. I know you're all very aware, but really the inflection point that we're carefully monitoring is your staffing for the 25-26 school year is locked. It was locked on March 15th based on the release notices that you gave out and those you rescinded subsequently. So those expenses are already really clearly identified. The unknown is really our enrollment and the students that we'll see on those first days of school. Under California state law, there's a law that staff actually do a first 10-day count, and they actually count the number of students that come onto your campus every day. That data point is going to answer for us what is going to take place with your revenues and how that will intersect with your expenses. And that's what Superintendent August is constantly keeping your eye on because that is where we could encounter a cash flow problem. And that is where the Sonoma County Office of Ed could step in a receivership effort. And so we're really invested in trying to avoid that and trying to make sure that you have the best data possible. So to set the table, I'll turn it over into Deputy Medici to kind of walk you through the presentation this evening.
Which one would you like first, Greg?
Thank you. We were all texting about it. Actually, the FM3 team, Lucia Del Popo is here, and then Curtis Bello should be here any moment. But as they, as Melanie finds them, the first presentation and the description is in the agenda item itself. Relates to a community survey that took place over the course of the last few months. It was a comprehensive survey. We'll hear more about it, and the information is posted to the agenda. But we want to certainly thank the ad hoc committee's diligence and over the last many months on kind of working through what the survey would entail. And then thank the community certainly for participating. And we had almost 30,000 kind of data points that were in the sample, and then we had almost 1,000 participants. So with that, Lucia or Kurt, if you're there, we're ready for you.
Okay, I am here. Thank you. Happy to present here. I'm Kurt Balo, a partner at FM3 Research, and as Greg noted, one of my colleagues here, Lucia Del Pupo, is also on the line. I'm going to take the lead on walking through these slides, and if you have a clarifying question about something, maybe jump in. But otherwise, it might be better to save the ruminations and your impressions of the data until after we get to the end, if that makes sense. So with that, I think I'm just going to call out next slide, and we'll move on to next slide. Great. So the first couple slides here are just about the survey methodology that Greg referenced there. So we conducted the interviews. We just wrapped them up just June 17th. And it's a dual mode survey, which is pretty common for surveys of this nature. We were given a list of contact information from parents. So we had emails and phone numbers, and we reached out to them through a combination of phone calls. And for some people, we sent email invitations to take the survey online. And for some, we sent text invitations for them to take the survey online. We did a base sample of a little over 600 interviews. And so that's what we're, the base sample. And then because of the particular interest and focus of this research, we conducted some additional interviews with parents of children in grades 5 through 9 and bumped that up to a little over 400 interviews with that cohort. So that lets us, and then we weighted those results back down to the natural proportions. So the bottom line here is that if for most of these results, we have a margin of sampling error of 4%. For the cohort of grades 5 through 9, it's about 5%. And there's a few places in here where we look at slightly smaller subsets, so the margins of error will be a little bit larger than that. But this is pretty standard for a survey covering this for a geographical area. Next slide, please. And just a couple of notes about who was involved in this survey. So we had, obviously, contact information from the district in terms of the high school and middle schools, elementary school students, and then also for several of these feeder districts that roll into the high school. It was Bellevue, Bennett Valley, Mark West, Rincon, Roseland, and Wright. A couple of the districts weren't able to get us their information in time to conduct the survey, but that represents a pretty good cross section of all the different students that feed into the high schools. Some of those districts are kind of small, and so we can't really isolate them and report on them individually. So what we've done here throughout the survey is sort of lump them together into a bucket we're calling feeder districts, so that we can talk about them as one sort of unit. The rest of this stuff kind of covers what I just discussed on the prior slide. So with that, that's a lot of the background information. Let's get to the results themselves. Next slide, please. So the first section is going to be perceptions of the district. And then we're going to get into the second part of the presentation, which is about the high school decision-making and where parents stand right now. Next slide, please. So we often ask in surveys some sort of kind of warm-up question just to kind of ease people into the survey, but also get a sense of how they view the different bodies and government agencies that we're asking about here. And so in this case, we asked favorability, and the scale was favorable or unfavorable. And we could push you a little bit, very somewhat favorable, very somewhat unfavorable. So blue bars and orange bars. Gray bars are shades that I don't have a strong opinion here. And you'll see that, and we said like your children's teachers, Santa Rosa City School District teachers, and your school district, and that was for the feeder districts there. They all were seen as very favorable. So more than 7 out of 10 respondents to all those different aggregations there, particularly the teachers. There's a pretty strong affinity amongst these parents and guardians. We also asked all respondents about the Santa Rosa City School District and the board. And those were a little more mixed, the opinions, than there were of the teachers in the school districts. And we have those results here at the bottom. Next slide, please. And we did sort of thought it was helpful to break this out by whether you have kids who are in the Santa Rosa City elementary and middle schools, high schools, or the other feeder districts. And these are not mutually exclusive categories. Obviously, you could have kids in all three of these categories. But there was a little bit of a distinction here and some consistencies as well. So when it comes to asking about teachers, there's, you say your children's teachers didn't really matter. Everyone feels really strongly about the teachers. When we got into Santa Rosa City District school teachers, those who are in the feeder districts had, favorable impressions, 58% of them, but a bunch of them were unsure. So some of these distinctions are based upon parents in the feeder districts who just didn't have as much of a strongly held opinion. But you'll notice that in the bottom two rows, when we ask about the Santa Rosa City School District, those general sort of mixed opinions that we said were kind of consistent amongst those of parents in your district now or in the feeder districts. Next slide, please. Oh, go back one more. Great. So we did say, hey, let's ask we have a lot of open-ended questions in here. And so what we did in this case, that italicized language is the actual language that was either read to someone on the phone or online. They would have read it themselves. Give us two positive things you think about when we talk about the Santa Rosa City schools, high schools. So we're actually narrowing to the high schools. Give us two positive things. It's as much art as science when you put these things together. These percentages add up to well over 100 because people were giving multiple responses. But you'll see here that there is an emphasis about 2 in 5 mentioned something about the people, teachers and staff that they deal with. Was a positive. The academic quality, about a quarter, 27% mentioned something about that. And nearly as many mentioned something about the variety of classes, extracurricular activities, and clubs. Those seem to be the most common positive things, associations with the high schools that popped up in our survey. And then on the next slide, we did the flip side here, which is about negative things. And it was pretty clearly about, public, safety was clearly the number one thing. Some notes about administrative inefficiency, but frankly, that's kind of, you get that base level amount of concern about government agencies at every level. So, but this was a clear number one thing that popped up when respondents to the survey were asked to think about the high schools. Next slide, please. But then we did ask other aspects of the high school. So how would you rate the quality of education? And almost half, 48% said excellent or good. About 3 in 10, 29% said only fair. And only 1 in 10, 9% said poor. So safety is something that popped up. That's going to be a theme throughout here. The quality of education, by and large, is respondents and these parents and guardians, by and large, felt like much more positive than negative. If you look at just the ratio of excellent and good to poor, it's a 5-to-1 ratio there. You'll notice that those who have students in the high schools right now, 55% of them rated them as excellent or good, compared to the only 42% of kids in the elementary middle. So parents of high school students rated the educational quality higher than those who don't have kids in the high schools there. And then that cohort that we did a little oversample in, the grades 5 through 9, they were pretty split between excellent and good and only fair and poor, more down the middle. Next slide, please. We did kind of dig a little bit deeper here into other aspects of the high schools. In this case, we presented these in random order and asked people to say whether or not they approve or disapprove of the job the high schools are doing on each of these different elements. So those blue bars are shades of approval, orange bars shades of disapproval. We summarize those on the right-hand side. And you'll see that like a lot of the academic things, preparing for college, graduation rate, quality education, preparing for, jobs, those are all pretty favorable ratios of approval to disapproval in the 50s to in the 20s, maybe 30, but by a 20 to 30 plus ratio of more approve to disapprove. And some gray bars like graduation rates, about a quarter of respondents just probably didn't know anything about the rates and didn't feel like they could say anything. But you see a positive approval rating ratios in those academic items. The bottom three, it's a little different. Facilities, pretty mixed, 45 to 45, 44 to 45. School safety, kind of in that, tinging a little bit more disapprove. And the one item here that kind of stuck out to us was this managing of the district's budget and finances. where 64% of parents and guardians took the survey disapproved, and 45% strongly did so. So that one really stuck out and was really a strong contrast between many of the sort of academic outcomes of the high schools. Next slide, please. A similar sort of binary scale we used here, but this case was agree and disagree. Same blue with shades of agreement, orange shades of disagreement. And we asked, are the high schools, do they provide a safe place to learn? It was kind of split. Now it's interesting here because we asked about, things that popped into mind, negative things, it was safety. But it feels like there's a distinction between, broadly speaking, is it a safe place to learn versus maybe having concerns about safety on the campuses. Here, it's still a little split though. What is interesting though, is that we did this split sample in these bottom two. We asked about, is the quality of education similar at all the high schools, or the quality of the facilities similar at all the high schools? And in that case, pluralities almost half disagreed. So it feels like while there is more of a mixed sentiment about, or the high school's safe places to learn, more parents then felt like there's some disparity and inequity between the different high schools. Next slide, please. All right, let's get to high school enrollment. Next slide. So we asked, this is just looking at parents of children grades 5 through 8. So they might have kids younger, they might have kids older, but they're not in high school yet. Middle school, a couple of the feeder schools, I understand, 5th grade is included in those. So we just looked at those grades where people start having an eye towards high school. And about a little less than half have already decided, but as many and more actually are still thinking about it, haven't really thought about it yet. So they're, at this point in time, we're looking at those middle school kids. There's plenty of people who are a little bit uncertain there. We did look at some of the demographics because there were a couple groups where they were more likely to say they have decided, and they were older parents and guardians. Those who came from higher income brackets, and actually your white parents and guardians were a little more likely to have said they've already made up their minds about where they're going to send their kids to high school. Next slide, please. And this is, again, that italicized language, that subtitle is the actual language that we asked. Again, asked of this group of people who are in that middle school or close range, how likely are you to enroll your child in a Santa Rosa City Schools District high school? And 3/4 said yes, they were likely, including about a third, 32%, who said very likely. About 1 in 5, 21% said that they were unlikely, and that tended to skew a little more towards the very than the somewhat. So about 3/4 of parents in that bucket said they're likely to send their kids to the district's high school. Next slide, please. And there are some distinctions here between the feeder districts and those and the elementary middle school. It wasn't a huge difference, but let's say that you have kids in the Santa Rosa City Schools, elementary middle schools, in that 5 through 8 range. 81% of them said they were likely to send their kids to high schools in the district. If you're in grades 5 through 8 in one of the feeder districts, 72% of them said they were likely, and a quarter, 24%, said they were unlikely. So if you're already in one of the Santa Rosa City Schools, elementary, middle, you were more likely than in the feeder district, but it wasn't, by 9 points. It wasn't an overwhelming difference. Next slide, please. And so we looked at this by a couple other groups. So not huge, big differences. If you've got really young kids, you're a little more likely to say that you're going to go to the high schools there. And if you already have kids in high school, you're already in the system. Maybe you've got kids in a 10th grader and you've got a 6th grader coming, you're more likely to send someone. So that's maybe not too surprising. I want to look at that bottom bucket here, and it's a somewhat small subset, so I don't want to read too much into it, but parents who are Asian were incredibly likely to say they're going to send their kids to school, to high schools there, 94%. Latino parents also were more likely than white parents to indicate at 78% compared to 70. Next slide, please. By education of the parents, so there are some elements of this that play out here, but not much here. Here they're all kind of in that 70s range. I mean, you consider the margins of error. I wouldn't read too much into those distinctions. I would look at the by income. Actually, there's not, there's this weird one little outlier there, the $50,000 to $100,000 household income, which is a little lower. That might just be noise, but there was a real big difference between the parents in the lowest of income households, $25,000 or less. Virtually all of them said they were sending their kids to the Santa Rosa City high schools. Also, if you took the interviews in Spanish, you were more likely as well. Next slide, please. So again, I promise we did a lot of open-ended questions in here. So here's another one where we said, when thinking about enrolling your child in high school in the next couple of years, which of the following are you considering? So this is not an open-ended question. We gave these options, presented them in different orders here, and almost half said which one they're zoned for. They could have picked multiple choices here. They could pick none, or they could pick 2 or 3 of these if they wanted to. So a lot of it was, I'm already just going to go to the high school I'm zoned for, or I'm going to stick in the district and pick a high school. Maybe I look for a different one. But about a quarter of these parents said they're looking at a public school in another district, and almost 1 in 5, 18% said they're looking at private as an option. So this is about thinking forward. So parents of children in grades 5 through 8, go to the next slide. We did ask here, why did you make those choices? So we're not tying it back to all these things here, but this was an open-ended question. And then we try to put these in these categories here. And as you might imagine, sometimes someone may give a response that's a little more terse and direct, say safety. And sometimes they may give a multifaceted response. We've categorized that in multiple areas here. Nothing was really jumping off the page. There's a lot about like what's practical. It's close to me. But also safety was about 18% mentioned that. Academics, 16%. Those top 3 are all really, really close. But there wasn't something that really jumped off the page here. Next slide, please. This is just, we pulled a couple of those and we just threw them on here as like, hey, these are some of the open-ended responses. Why you were asked. Here are some reasons what you're thinking about for going to high school. Tell us which ones you're considering, and then explain your reasons why. A couple of the comments here that were interesting. One of the things that I'll just say in here that came through as a little bit of a theme that we didn't necessarily anticipate here. Ever-changing zoning, some of this instability, uncertain how the school district will be managed, these sort of things. That I'm going to plant a little seed there, is that we kind of saw that pop through the data here as a little bit of a theme. Some concerns about it, perceptions of instability here. Next slide, please. So then we asked of someone who said that they're not considering going to the high school here. So you've got kids in this cohort, middle schoolish range. You're saying, you're probably not considering going to school there. Well, we asked them, what do you need to know to be more comfortable to enroll your child in a district high school? And here something did stand out. A third said something about safety, either more SROs, safety protocols, something about that. So of those who are less inclined to send their kids to a district high school, the thing that popped up the most was around safety. And then everything else is somewhat similar here, but the academics is important, budget. But that third item, the restructuring school operations leadership, again, something that we saw, didn't anticipate, but kind of pops up here. And there's something about school leadership at the school level and uncertainty there. Next slide, please. And we did pull a few items here that were illustrative of that. And you see, stuff about bathroom safety. Again, a lot of things about safety here. Campus police, out a few years. So these are the folks who are already inclined to not send their kids to the high school, and we're trying to ask them what they would need to help them make more comfortable. So these are people who are already disposed to having concerns. But this is some of the language that they use to explain those concerns and what they would want to see done to reassure them. I'll pause for one more second to let you read through those. And then why don't we go to the next slide, please? And so this is if parents, there's not that many, only about 50, but they have freshmen in the high schools. When you were enrolling, which did you consider? And there's a lot of the practical things here. What you're zoned for, 54%, something like that. And of those who ended up going there to the high schools there, they're pretty much already kind of committed to public schools in one way, shape, or form. Next slide, please. And then we asked the same 50, again, small samples. I don't want to get too much into these distinctions, but we asked them what led you to choose high school. Convenience, academics, familiarity, kind of in the same range. And you'll see a lot of it. It's walking distance, it's convenient. And you know, also, hey, it's top rated school in our zone. It's a good reputation. Some positive things as well. All right, next slide. This is interesting. So we asked people, you know, lots of factors. We were sort of teasing at it through a variety of different indirect ways, but here we're a little more direct. Here are different factors that you might consider when you're thinking about what school your child should attend. This is asked of that cohort that we did. So this includes middle school plus freshmen parents. What are the big factors for you? And they could say it's either a major or minor factor, or if it's an orange bar, it wasn't a factor for them at all. Well, out the gate, you'll see that virtually everything's important for them. Everything is at least a minor factor. So then where I want to do is look at those dark blue bars, those who feel like something's a major factor. And there were two at the top of the list, which is the quality of education and school safety. Things we've seen around here. Now, there are definitely concerns amongst these parents who took the survey about school safety. So it's not surprising to see that high on this list. The quality of education, by and large, was seen as positive. So this suggests, hey, we want to maintain that. And that's an important factor for them. Looking further down this list, you see things about funding, student-teacher ratios, you know, neighborhoods, district leadership, things of that nature. And we have two slides here. Next slide. So this is now, again, all these things are seen as at least minor factors by 80%, basically. Just the dark blue bars start to get smaller. So at the bottom, you know, graduation rates, college acceptance rates, not quite as intensely important as some of those other items on the first slide here. Diversity, the just general cost, specialized programs, those things were not nearly as important. And online ratings was the only one that really sort of stuck out by itself, where a whole quarter said that I don't really care about the online ratings. And only close to a third, 31%, said that was a major factor in their decisions. Next slide, please. So we did look at a few of these by some of these same groupings. By age of students, there weren't big differences, but if you look at parents who have four-year college degrees, they kind of stuck out in a few ways here. And so the first two kind of jumped off me again, and the 90% said a major factor for parents with four-year college degrees was quality of education and school safety. It's still at the top of the list for everybody, but amongst them, it really kind of popped. Next slide, please. And which maybe is not surprising, the college acceptance rates kind of in the middle of as a factor, but much more important to those parents who have college degrees. So it's basically 50 to 70 distinction there. Next slide, please. And again, I want to note that the Asian parents are a smaller subset here, but there were some interesting variations in here. So the quality of school leadership, the quality of district leadership, those sort of popped up for them in the 80s and 90s compared to other groups where it was a little bit lower. Also looking at issues around adequacy of school funding and teacher to student ratios. Those things really kind of jumped up to the top of the list amongst your API parents. Next slide, please. High school graduation rates, that was also important to that parent cohort. Diversity was much more important amongst AAPI parents than any other group. College acceptance rates was kind of weirdly low by comparison amongst white parents when they're on like 44% versus parents of color were at 60%. Next slide, please. And we did ask, new safety might be something we'd want to ask a little more about. So we did ask one question about SROs. And would it make a difference to you? Would increasing the presence of SROs make a difference to you in enrolling in a district high school? And for just about 3 out of 5, 59% said that it would make them more likely. This type of question, when we ask about much more likely to take an action or vote in a certain way, we tend to focus on the more intense reactions, those who say much more likely. So in this case, it actually is almost half, 47% said increasing the presence of SROs would make them much more likely to attend a district high school. Only 1 in 10 said that would be actually have a negative impact for them. Next slide, please. And then the last section here, so the first section was some general impressions about the schools. The middle section, the biggest section, was about the decision-making process, about high school. And this last little section here is just some experiences with the schools themselves directly. So next slide, please. So we asked, in the last 2 years, have you received any communications from the district? And this includes parents in the feeder districts. And 2/3 of parents said, yes, I have received something. So just of that 2/3, we asked, if you've received something, how useful was the communications? And just about 4 out of 5, 79% said it was useful. So lots of parents in both your district and the feeder districts have said that they've received communications for you. And if they have, they find them useful. Next slide, please. We did ask, well, where do you get your news about the schools? School newsletters, that kind of makes sense considering how many people said they've received something here. When the online things, social media and the websites were there, it was a little interesting. The Press Democrat was it as high as it was. Now that, sometimes when you cite, I saw something from a newspaper, it can get, a little, I saw it because it was distributed via social media, or do I subscribe, or whatever it might be. But that seemed to resonate as an interesting source of information about the district. Next slide. We did also ask about, if you've recalled, getting anything about sort of restructuring some of the elementary middle schools due to declining enrollment. And 57% of the respondents here, the parents and guardians, said yes, they've heard something. But more than a third, 37%, said no, and that don't know is probably a no. So if you look at those who have kids who are in the district, 3/4 of them have heard something, and those in the feeder districts, only 37%. So this is where a lot of times the impressions of the district and teachers and what they prioritize for making decisions about where they can send their kids to school look pretty similar between parents of feeder districts or the elementary and middle schools in Santa Rosa City Schools. But here, just are they aware of some of the restructuring? Huge split. Other groups that were notably less likely to have heard about the restructuring were your Asian parents and guardians, those who took the survey in Spanish, younger parents, and those with lower levels of education and household income. Next slide, please. But this gets us to just 2 short concluding slides. Next slide. So first of all, the overall impressions. People like the staff, they like the teachers, and that seemed to kind of be across the board, viewed very favorably. Feeder districts are viewed favorably by parents of kids who are in them. Impressions of Santa Rosa City School District was a little more mixed. The sort of the high level, but we asked about the quality of education being provided in the high schools, though, pretty positive. The ratio was much more positive to negative, maybe not a lot of intensity there, but that seems to be something that there's not as much concern over here. The uncertainty and concern seems to be reserved more for safety and the financial situation of the district here. And it feels like any of those mixed opinions seem to be flowing from those concerns. And two other things too, this sort of this inequity issue that we didn't ask a lot about it, but it did pop up amongst both the facilities and the quality of education. And then this theme that, again, we didn't intentionally go out looking for, but it seemed to pop up, this leadership stability and concerns about that, and maybe just sort of uncertainty about who is sort of stewarding some of these schools seems to be percolating here too. At the same time, virtually everybody, not virtually everybody, but a lot of people have got information from you as a district and thought it was helpful. And last slide, please. So when it comes to the high school decision-making here, there are a whole lot of middle school parents who are still deciding right now. Now we did, we can dig into that in different grades and whatnot, but if you're looking broadly at that cohort, there's a lot of people who are still thinking about it. About 3/4 think that they are inclined to go to the high schools there, but about 1 in 5 are thinking, I'm not that likely to send my child to the high school there. And there were some distinctions here. So white parents were a little bit less likely to say they're going to send their kids to schools there. Parents and guardians from households of low income levels were actually very likely to say they're going to send their kids to district high schools there. And other factors that were important were obviously, maintaining the educational quality, which seems to be viewed relatively positively, and then addressing the school safety thing really seems to be a critical issue there. And that gets me to the end of my presentation. So Greg, maybe I'll hand it back to you.
And certainly, Superintendent August and trustees, your thoughts and questions, the team is here.
Trustee Jenkins?
I always have something to say. I guess the thing that stuck out to me, other than the safety piece, was the number that 21% unlikely to send to the high schools. Since we are the only high school district in Santa Rosa, that's a huge problem number-wise. And so that was like the big standout. The rest of it I expected, but that number was the one I was like nervous to see and nervous to not settling to get.
Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you both very much for being here this evening. Thank you, FM3, for the presentation. It is concerning. It is concerning that we have families that are on the fence or not the opinion of sending their children to our high schools. I think a big piece of that is the realization of how low the percentage of is communication and perception from our feeder districts of how they're receiving their information about our high schools, about our secondary programs, if they've not yet had students go through there or family go through our programs. Center City School District is not talked about much amongst the feeder school districts, which is something I look forward to building relationships with and rectifying in the future so we can start having more active conversations with all of our districts. We want to build secondary programs that all of our feeder districts, families, and students want to be a part of. And we want to communicate what is going to be available at those secondary programs, that the foundational pieces and scaffolding can start being put into place at those primary levels so that those students are prepared for the amazing programs that we have to offer. I know there were some significant percentages I saw on leadership and site leadership, and something to note is a lot of the survey window, our administration and leadership was still in flux. So obviously community was concerned because there was a lot of things we had not solidified and cleared up yet. So if you have an unknown, you're going to be unsteady and unsure about that. So I really appreciate the time and the effort. Dr. Carter, specifically to you, thoughts, opinions, is there more you'd like to see from us? Is there more we can do to continue to build and strengthen our district from your perspective as we have been collaborating and working together? You got to know the teams a little bit better. You got to know the people involved a little deeper and all the amazing work that's been done. But while you're in front of us, just your thoughts and opinions on what we can do to continue in sport and lift up and build this district.
Well, I think so much of our hope in this survey, Trustee Jenkins' point is that you do have students who are able to enroll elsewhere without you really knowing. And so that's been a challenge for the Santa Rosa City Schools staff to really project your enrollment numbers and really answer for ourselves that 10-day count versus the expense numbers. This gives us sort of another data point for them to be running. And again, I just want everybody's eyes on that 10-day count. That's just going to be critical. And that's where, you know, Superintendent August will really sort of know the fiscal situation that you're stepping into next year. I think there's so much to celebrate and just really feel joy about in this messaging. There's clearly a love of your educators, a love of those that interact with children every day in this system, and an opportunity to really focus on safety for your families and really, you know, send that message that that's a priority to this board, which I know it is, and really answer that for the broader community, really alleviate some of these fears that we saw bubbling up. But in my mind, I hope that it sets the foundation for the strategic planning that you're all very eager to do, but colors in for you really what are those low-hanging fruit that can kind of turn the tables on some of these challenges that you're facing.
And with that 10-day count and projection, to really solidify what those enrollment numbers actually look like, we really got to focus and remember it's not just about enrollment, but it's so much more about attendance. And if we can capture some increased percentages in those attendance, we can really see an increase in revenue. So ensuring that we are prioritizing that and focusing on that of not just enrolling students, but making sure they're showing up and that's where they want to be. And that we're providing opportunities for them to show up and feel safe and comfortable and excited that they come back the next day.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. One thing that I am curious is if there's like data specifically in terms of the responses based on like what the feeder school district is, right? Obviously, we didn't have all the feeder districts, but one that comes to mind is Roseland, right? They generally have that track from the Roseland Elementary Schools to Rams to RUP, RCP. And so they might already have been decided, already know that's where they're going to send their kids because that's part of like the existing kind of structure that they got there. And I'm wondering if that skews some of the results and if that was captured in any way.
Curtis, did you hear that one about, I know you mentioned on the feeders, we know you mentioned on the feeders that maybe they were all small enough that there might not have been kind of sufficient numbers to make conclusions, but Roseland specifically was Trustee Medina's question around, because Roseland has kind of a middle and high school feeder pattern through their charter schools that would allow people to stay in that district basically for their entire education.
Yeah. We had less than 40 interviews with parents from that feeder district, so we can maybe work with staff to look at that, some of the questions there, but again, it's starting to get to be a smaller population. I don't want to over interpret those results. A lot of them were just fewer interviews, and Rincon Valley was the one that had the most of the feeder districts, though.
Trustee Caston?
Did you apply an exclusion list to the contacts? Because I know as a fifth grade parent, I didn't get the survey results, and there's at least one or two other parents on this board that didn't get them either.
I don't know that we put together like a list like that. I think we sometimes, email filters and spam filters and phones and stuff like that. So,
just a curiosity. It's fine if you excluded us because we're on the board. That makes sense. But if it wasn't intentional, then we should look at that.
Yeah.
So whenever you read anything that has numbers that are obvious like this, you get that gut reaction. And I certainly have that, and looking at this like, oh my goodness. And then I was sitting here going, this is literally a laundry list of the reasons that last year I decided to volunteer to come onto this board. And so I think there's a lot here that confirms a lot of what we had already been hearing, a lot of what we've been seeing, a lot of what we've been moving towards. So I I don't see anything that changes our course, right? We've approved the MOU with the city for SROs. We're actively working on safety. We know we need to prioritize academics, engaging students in a way where they're not vaping in the bathrooms, as that one parent pointed out, and the many other things in the bathrooms that we know we need to stop in general. The SSA's, having a job description change this year that enables us to have a staff person who can actually intervene in disruptions. That's a new thing. We didn't have that this last school year, to actually have a staff person responsible for intervening in violent issues. It was a volunteer thing for teachers. There's a laundry list of things that we've been doing over the last 6 months to address what we're seeing in here. And I think what I'm seeing here is confirmation that we need to keep going. We need to stick to the course we've set. We need to increase the safety on our campuses, and we need to provide the core services that, as a school district, we're the only ones who can provide in this community. So I appreciate the data, and after I get past that initial reaction, it's that reminder that this is why we're here. This is literally why I'm here, are these issues. So, I have a 5th grader right now, and a lot of these are the things I got to deal with personally, as well as in my conversations with folks in the community. And so I appreciate FM3 for your work. I know how complex some of these surveys can get, especially when you get into the sub data. What I'd like to see is us be able to revisit some of these questions, because what we're looking at is a snapshot in time. Polling is not predictive. It is just that moment in time. And without getting the actual longitudinal data of asking the same questions in succession over a period of time, we have no idea. We won't know whether or not we're making progress or not. So looking at a point in the future where we can follow up with another snapshot and see how what we're doing is impacting the perspective of essentially the same cohort of respondents is going to be important.
Just to piggyback on what you said, we obviously want to keep moving in the same direction of what we're doing, which is huge, and we are shifting a huge liner in the ocean. But in addition to that, the thing that goes one step further is making sure that we have crystal clear communication and transparency that's going out to not only the students in our district, but especially the elementary feeder districts, but that crystal clear communication of what we're doing, how we're continuing to do the things that we say we're doing. So there's the accountability piece, I think is going to be key on really pushing that forward and getting the students back and instilling that safety in our community.
Obviously, tonight's survey was focused on us so we can get our data and see where we're at. We have a very unique position of we're the one city in the county that has 5 public high schools to go to, and we're the only secondary school district in the city of Santa Rosa. It'd be interesting to first go to get a better understanding of that county data when that's looked at. Are there similar reasons why families may or may not be going to their high schools in their communities? Many high schools in the county are a 1 high school per city county. Petaluma's got 2 public high schools and some other opportunities in Petaluma to go to high school. So it'd be interesting to see what those factors are in relation to the other high schools in the county as well, so that if there's any common ground, to have discussions on wins and losses and what can we do to collaborate and lift each other up, and what was successful in another high school that we may want to look at and talk about with our high schools. I think that's going to be important as you look at the county as a whole, on if there's any similarities or if it's just a Santa Rosa situation we're trying to dig through.
Trustee Kirby?
So again, thanks for taking the time to do this survey. I really appreciate the feedback. It did, of course, like the other trustees were saying, just help confirm that, educational quality, school safety, fiscal stability. I mean, again, to piggyback on Director Caston's comment, that's one of the reasons I decided to come on and take this on. I also look forward to hopefully in the future getting something like this done again, so we can again follow up and see get another snapshot. If I had to give a little bit of feedback as far as tweaking it a little bit, we did mention ArtQuest in there. However, we didn't mention our IB program. I didn't see that anywhere in the question. That would have been a good data point maybe as far as did you choose one of our schools because of that? I also saw only one mention of athletic and sports, like, and we're trying to, and VAPA, like, hey, these are positive things, but, did they lead you to choose an SRCS school? That would be a good data point to look at in the future as well. But anyway, thanks again for the effort. Really appreciate it.
Trustee
Thank
Medina?
you so much. Oh, sorry.
One last question, I think. Trustee Medina?
I think one of the things that obviously has come up a lot in the survey is the issue of safety. And I think this idea of how do we solve that problem? I think the thing that I've said in various forums is that it's not like necessarily an issue that's caused in our schools. It's something that stems from external things that often plays out in our schools. And I think looking at what more can be done to address school safety from the context of addressing some of those external factors, specifically with our at-risk youth, is something that I think it would be helpful to have SCO assist with in terms of bringing the city and bringing others to provide solutions to those issues that, they don't start in the schools. They're issues that are external and happen to play out here. And I think that's something that collectively as a community, we don't address enough, and we need to do more work towards that would ultimately, in my view, have a positive impact in what happens in our schools. And I think that's where I feel like we need more help in advocating for and identifying those issues and really highlighting what's out there and what's happening. Because I don't feel like we see enough of the root cause, right? We're always looking for these Band-Aids, but we're not looking at the, actually healing the wounds.
Superintendent August?
Thank you both so much, Dr. Carter and Deputy Superintendent Medici. Really, and FM3, really appreciative of the data because that's how we make informed decisions, how we know which actions to continue with, where we need to make adjustments. It's very clear that while we are taking a lot of actions and making progress, we aren't sharing that information widely enough with our feeder districts, as has been mentioned. And yes, the timing of the survey, looking at that, yes, we were in flux with a lot of organizational changes. So I too would be very interested if there's a possibility of doing a follow-up. That would be really, really helpful for us to see what progress we've made. We're monitoring regularly our enrollment, of course. Right now, we're a little over 14,000 as of this morning with our pre-enrollments. And then we'll see what actually happens because you have families who move out or who move in over the summer. And so there's a lot of that influx that happens between now and the first day of school and the first 10 days because it does, you have kids who trickle in those first 2 weeks as well. So really looking forward to that. And I know there's more data for you to share with us as well.
Perfect segue, Superintendent August. So thank you for that. So we have our project manager, Esau Joya, here from MGT. MGT is a nationwide expert and certainly one of the foremost experts in California about school district projected enrollment studies. Esau Joya has been part of a decade plus of studying California school districts and projected enrollment studies. As previously mentioned in previous board meetings, the study that we've contracted for is really the Cadillac of enrollment studies and 3 phases. And we're going to hear an introduction from Esau tonight. But basically, phase 1, which has been occurring for a few months, and the ad hoc committee has heard updates about this. But basically, the MGT team is taking a deep dive into all things Santa Rosa, all things kind of feeder districts and, birth rates, development, kind of real estate developments, other items. And this learning combined with the existing May 2023 study that's in the master plan will allow them to hit the ground running with day 10 enrollment once that data exists. And so when that phase 2 piece starts, or as it continues into phase 2, as the comprehensive work continues into phase 2, that data and to the earlier thoughts around having actionable data, the solidifying next year's actual enrollment as of day 10, taking likely the months of September and October to absolutely fine tune the study, which we'll hear about an introduction to what the forecast is going to be all about. That data will be very actionable in November for development of December's first interim report and then the multi-year projection associated with that multi-year report. So with that, Esau, thank you for being here, and the slides are up.
Thank you, Greg, and good evening, everybody. I'll be presenting to you a brief introduction on the enrollment forecast process that we'll be going through. And if we go to the next slide, please. One of the things we've just been asked to do is just analyze the previous report published in May of 2023 and just take a deep dive into it and analyze a few key items and be able to identify which forecast the actual enrollment mostly directly aligns with, whether it be the low, medium, or high forecast that was generated. And so I'll be showing you those results here shortly, of us having compared the actual enrollment that happened in fall 2023 versus the current versus the forecasted enrollment in fall 2023, as well as the fall 2024 school year. And just to jump right in here, all of our analysis is strictly based on what was published on the report in May 2023, in that May 2023 report. And basically, we took a look at the forecast methodology relevance to see how relevant the factors that were considered are. And basically, all the factors that were considered in the report are pretty standard within the industry. So birth data was looked at, broken down by zip code, collected from the California Department of Health Statistics. And birth data basically helps you forecast kindergarten and transitional kindergarten 4 and 5 years after the birth happens. So birth data in one way or another in the area, typically in California, provided down to the zip code geography level, helps dictate what the kindergarten class could look like 5 years down the road. The report also looked at planned residential development, which is pretty standard. You do have to account for planned residential development. And an in-depth study was done as to how many students recently built developments are regenerating within the district boundary as well. And so what is known as the student generation rate is then applied to the planned residential development to generate and anticipate how many students those new developments are gonna produce. There was a cohort survival method or student migration rate considered as students transition from one grade to the next, from K to first to second to third. That was taken into account, which is pretty standard as well. We noticed some limitations in the way some of these factors are calculated, which I'll go more into depth, along with most certainly some strengths as well in the way other factors were calculated as well. But if we go to the next slide, just wanted to go over some validity and reasonableness and some key assumptions in the report and see how valid these assumptions are. Basically, births in the area, there's an assumption that births in the area will eventually translate into kindergartners, and that's definitely true. Based on the births that happen from one year to the next could directly translate into kindergartners. And the report took a look at some sort of capture rate to account for that as well, seeing what percentage of the bursts translated to kindergarten classes and TK classes 4 and 5 years respectively down the road. The cohort survival or the student migration rate was also taken into account, and these do play a role in growth and decline as students are transitioning or student class cohorts are transitioning from grades to grade. So taking a look at within each school, how many students are transitioning from kindergarten to first, first to second, second to third, so on and so forth. What's a general trend in a lot of districts is larger outbound class sizes being replaced by smaller class sizes in the earlier grades. So that does play into a factor too, and that was taken a look at. The one thing with the enrollment forecast, and I'll get more into enrollment forecasts versus resident student population forecasts, is that enrollment forecast by schools basically is based on the assumption that district transfer policies and programs will remain the same. And these can potentially change. So there is one limitation into strictly basing a forecast based on enrollment is the fact that, hey, if there are certain programmatic changes happening at a school, then the forecast by enrollment could potentially become irrelevant. But moving on to the new residential development, it is always assumed that new residential development always generates students, and it is true. And as one of the key points that was mentioned in the report is that, depending on how much development is generated, it may not always be enough to offset steeper declines caused by other factors. And a lot of these factors could potentially be lower incoming kindergarten class sizes that translate into lower elementary class sizes over the next consecutive years. So even though you may have a significant or what you may consider a significant amount of residential development, that may not always translate into growth if there's other factors that are showing declines or causing declines. One of the key themes here is the analysis within the feeder districts or the feeder districts analysis for some of these factors seem to be lacking a little bit, but I'll go more into detail in that in a little bit. If we go to the next slide. So just wanted to mention some limitations, areas for improvements. So the student migration rate. So this is, again, taking a look at migration that's happening as students are transitioning from grade to grade. So from kindergarten to first, first to second, second to third. This was done off of the enrollment, so based on enrollment. So taking a look at enrollment at each school and taking a look at how many kids were enrolled in kindergarten the year prior, and then how many kids transition to first grade the following year. So it's best to do it based on residents. So mapping the student data, taking a look at the neighborhood level, and seeing how many kids are actually living and enrolling in each of these schools over how many as they're transitioning from grade to grade. So basing it off of residents, that way you're able to clearly distinguish areas where there might be a skewed growth that's noticed as students are transitioning from one grade to the next due to residential development. So if there's growth, if there's a positive in-migration rate, you do want to account for only areas that are well established in terms of residential development, areas that have no new residential development within the previous 5 years, to see how many students are truly moving in to the existing neighborhoods within the school district. Resident versus enrollment forecast. So ideally, we'd like to provide both resident and enrollment forecasts. So resident forecasts are based on what the population of students are within each of the attendance areas, elementary, middle, and high school, and how many students are due to live within those attendance areas over the next 7 years. The resident population forecast help you, we consider those the best forecast for long-term facility planning, whether facility expansion is needed or facility modifications or boundary rezoning is needed. The resident forecast is what is better suited for that. It's involves like taking a look at the neighborhood level and making sure that we're keeping neighborhood schools and identifying where the greatest needs are based on where the greatest amount of students live. Enrollment forecasts we consider better suited for staffing or shorter staffing needs, so 1 to 2 or 3 year time frame to identify how much what the enrollment could be, actual enrollment could be at each school, and being able to identify the staffing needs based off of that. One last limitation, and this will directly correlate with what we noticed between the actual versus forecasted for the elementary district versus the high school district, is that we noticed that there was a lack of analysis, if you will, for the feeder districts within the high school district. So the feeder district analysis, basically the feeder district enrollment, whether you're doing enrollment forecast or resident student population forecast, you always need to take a look at feeder district patterns that are occurring. And so that includes the cohort survival migration rate that you're taking a look at. In this case, the migration rate was only analyzed as kids transition from 6 to 7, grade 6 to 7 and 8 to 9. And ideally, you'd want to take a look at the feeder district as well and take a look at the lower grades as well, because based on that migration that's happening within the feeder districts, that directly translates into potential high school students within a few years time frame down the road. So taking a look at what's actually going on in the feeder districts in terms of in versus out migration is very important, as well as accounting for student generation rates within those feeder districts and being able to not only track the residential development, but seeing how many students are being generated from the new development that's being built in the feeder district as well. And if we go to the next slide, so just have some strengths and opportunities kind of along the same themes. One of the strengths is certainly the birth and the analysis that was done for the births and that transitional or that capture rate that was analyzed as well. Very comprehensive SGR study, SGR standing for student generation rates for the within the elementary school district and the high school district. We noticed very logical breakdowns of unit types within the report as well, including affordable housing versus market rate housing units, which is very important. And general affordable units tend to generate more students than your normal like market rate apartment would. So it's very important to take a look at that, and that was most certainly accounted for. Very thorough research of the planned residential development. Based on the report, it looks like the local city planning departments were consulted with as well, which is always very important to consult with the city departments and making sure that there is a comprehensive list of developments that are accounted for within the whether it be enrollment or residential forecast. And very comprehensive attendance matrices as well, which show the current transfer patterns that were occurring at the time of the study as well, to see what the transfer patterns were at the time of resident students that were assigned to a school and versus those that were actually attending their school versus those that were not. Some opportunities is maybe perhaps mentioning how specifically like the low and the high projections were generated or what factors were adjusted for that. Again, just accounting more for and analyzing the feeder district enrollment patterns as well, because these will translate into high school students down the road within that projection timeframe. And then there could be a lot more granular and spatial analysis that could happen. So the lack thereof of spatial and granular level analysis makes it difficult for potential boundary planning in the future. I'm not saying that the district would or wouldn't want to do boundary planning, but in case it did, doing forecasts based on resident population, based on a more granular level, I think would be a good option. And yeah, just the feeder pattern analysis is what was lacking here, and based on our analysis. But if we go on to the next slide, and next slide, please. We took a look at the current, the forecasted versus actual enrollment within the SRCS elementary schools and then the high schools as well. And what you see here is for the elementary. And just to let you know that the forecast, the actual enrollment seems to be more in line with the high projection that was generated in that report. And it came very close at, what you see on the tables are the actual forecasted numbers on the right, forecasted and versus the actual numbers on the right, and then on the left, and then on the right, you see the percent differences. So as I was mentioning, the actual enrollment is more aligned with that high projected forecast that was generated. And it came in at 1.1% higher for the fall 2023 year, the actuals did. And for fall 2024, it came in at 0.06% higher, which is pretty close. It's less than 100 students for the elementary schools based on that high forecast. And if we go to the high schools, so taking a look at the high schools, the high schools forecasted versus actual didn't do as good. It does align more to the lower projection that was generated. The actual enrollment came in at 4.7% lower in fall of 2023 and 6.3% lower in fall of 2024. So that's where you notice that discrepancy could potentially be due to the lack of analysis at the feeder district level. And you notice that theme here. Overall in the elementaries, it came pretty close, less at 1% or less, which is pretty good. It's really good. And so as we move forward to the next slides, just want to show you, we'll be doing a forecast ourselves. And the general idea will be to do a resident student population forecast by attendance areas and district-wide, so resident student population forecast, and an enrollment forecast as well. So you'll be able to take a look at the population forecast and within the district boundary and the enrollment forecast by school. You'll have two sets of forecasts. As I mentioned earlier, the resident student population forecast, ideally you would use for long-term facility planning. The enrollment forecast you would use more for shorter term staffing needs within the next 2 to 3 years. And so we'll also take a spatial approach and set up all the data for the district, research the development, analyze different demographic dynamics of the district and within the attendance areas as well, research residential development. And also we'll be doing a student capture rate analysis, which we take population estimates. We collect population estimates within the district boundary, and we're able to identify how out of the school-age population that currently resides in the district, what percent of that population actually attends Santa Rosa City Schools. So that'll be another metric that will be very interesting to see and for the district to be able to take a look at as well. And if we go to the next slide, this is just a flow chart of our methodology. We are taking a look at current and historical student data. So we're going to map the student data and account for the in and out migration patterns from a resident standpoint. So be able to take a look at different neighborhoods, well-established neighborhoods with no residential development built within the previous 5 years to see what the transitions or the in and out migration patterns are as kids are transitioning from kindergarten to first to second to third, so on and so forth. We'll also take a look at birth factors, which again directly translate to kindergarten and transitional kindergarten students. And taking a look at the planned residential development and applying student yield factors to that. So we'll be doing a student yield factors study as well. So that's also known as student generation rates. So we'll do a refresh of the planned residential development research and see if there's been any changes in planned residential development in the last couple of years as well. And if we go to the next slide, thank you. Next slide, please. So our analysis is spatial based. We'll collect the Santa Rosa City Schools students, be able to map them. We'll also collect the feeder district student files as well to be able to map those and analyze demographic trends within those school districts as well. It's important for us to take a look at that because those trends could directly translate into high school students down the road as well. So, and that plays a factor into the high school forecast. And basically what we do is we break down the, as you can see in that third square there on the far right is us breaking down the district boundary, both the elementary and high school boundary, into neighborhood level polygons we consider study areas. And basically we're taking a look at each of those study areas and we essentially create a forecast, a resident student population forecast for each of those polygons. So in the case where the district wants to look at boundary rezoning in the future, they would be able to reassign these polygons to different study areas. And that helps account for a good utilization at each school site and making sure that schools are not going to be over capacity or under capacity as well. And next slide, please. So we'll be taking a look at the forecast factors as well, and we'll in the next slide we'll be taking a look at historic and projected births as well, historic birth data, and analyzing it to see what the percent change has been, and analyzing the capture rates of births versus kindergarten students 5 years later to help dictate the kindergarten class. The graphic that you see here is just an example of what the birth data looks like broken down by zip code. So we'll account for all the zip codes that fall within the district boundary. And next slide, please. We'll take a look at the development, as I mentioned again, build a refresh on it and be able to research that and contact the local cities and municipalities to be able to identify the residential development and apply the appropriate generation rates to those future housing units to account for that, to account for the potential number of potential students that will be generated from those new units. And we'll also do that within the feeder districts as well, because that most certainly could affect and will affect the enrollment at the Santa Rosa High School District level. And if we go to the next slide, as I mentioned before, we'll take a look at the mobility factor, or what you consider the in and out migration rate as students transition from one grade to the next. This data is summarized at the elementary attendance area level. So within each elementary attendance area geography, will have specific mobility factors attributed to it. So as an example here, any numbers in red or less than 1 is basically out migration. versus the numbers in green shown in this example is in migration. And what you see in the example, for example, within the elementary attendance area geography 1, you see a factor of 0.92, basically indicating that as students transition from kindergarten to first grade, there's a loss of about, out of every 100 students, there's a loss of about 8 students as this cohort's transitioning from kindergarten to first. And so we'll be doing that sort of level of analysis from within first grade all the way to 12th grade, and be able to identify trends that are happening, in and out migration trends that are happening within each of these elementary attendance areas geographies. And if we go to the next slide, please. And that's it. And then I'll open it up for questions that you might have, and I appreciate your time this evening.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. Thank you for that in-depth presentation. The first question, going back to slide 4, limitations for areas for improvement. I just want to be clear on this feeder district analysis for high school district. It says student generation rates in the feeder districts were not accounted for. So I'm curious, was it accounted for in the high school district, but not in those feeder districts? Because my understanding is the high school district encompasses all of those feeder districts. So I'm trying to understand what that means.
Yeah, so basically, based on the report, and this is strictly based on what we've seen in the report, is that there was a student generation rate applied to the high school, a high school student generation rate, grades 9 through 12 applied to the residential development. However, grades kindergarten to 6th grade weren't applied to planned residential development. So there was no say in how many K-6 students were generated from, or that residential development would generate within that feeder district.
And my second question, going to the geocoding, you talked about geocoding our students as well as students within the feeder districts. But I'm curious about students that live in these areas that are part of our district that are not in the feeder districts or currently in our district because they're going to a district that's geographically outside of this area. Do you capture those students somehow?
So the forecast, it is important to state that the forecast themselves, the enrollment and the resident student population forecast, will be based on students that actually live and that live within the district and are enrolled in Santa Rosa City Schools as well. And so to answer your question about students that potentially live there, the capture rate analysis that we'll be doing will at least be able to determine for you, based on population estimates, how many students that actually live there, school-age students, regardless of which district or private school or charter school they attend. And out of those students, how many are actually attending Santa Rosa City Schools. So that will be accounted for within the capture rate study. Just taking a look at the overall school-age population estimates within the district and being able to see what percentage of those students are actually attending Santa Rosa City Schools. So that'll be a very telling metric for you guys and very informative as well.
Thank you.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yeah, I had 2 questions. One of them is for, can't read my handwriting, forecasted versus actual. I was just curious why the elementary range was TK through 8 and the high was 7 through 12. I'm just curious about why the 7 and 8 fell in elementary as well.
It was due to there was a school that, I think there was a school
Like the charters, maybe?
closure. Yeah, there was a school
Cesar
closure that
Chavez.
was accounted for. Cesar
Mhm.
Chavez, exactly.
Yeah.
And so those students, that was accounting for that, and that's what the way the report published in 2023 accounted for that, basically.
Okay, that makes sense. And then my other question was regarding the birth rate. And assuming that those kids are going to be kindergartners or TKers, how does how do other options? So I understand that we have universal TK now, which is great. However, not everybody will be using that. So how does that factor in?
Yeah, that's definitely has to do with the capture rate, especially at the transitional kindergarten. You have to weigh in the capture rate and also the TK rollout, which in theory, by 2025, there'll be full implementation of capture rate of TK statewide. So that's no longer a concern. However, we do need to take a look at the TK capture rate and see what kinds of capture rates have been occurring in the recent past to account for that. Because as you mentioned, not all students or parents choose to send their kids to transitional kindergarten.
Thank you. And then lastly, just one comment. I know during our consolidation process, a lot of the information that you presented at the end regarding boundaries and developments and things of that sort, there was a pretty deep dive in that with all of our data. Huh? I know. Yeah. No, I know it's a different person, which leads me to say, it'll be interesting to see like how all of that compares. And hopefully I'm ecstatic to hear that it'll line up perfectly. But it'll just be nice to have like two different sources of the same information to see like if there are misses, where they are, where we can improve those things. But it's kind of a cool thing also. Thank you very much.
Only it is a cool thing.
Trustee Kirby?
Yes, regarding the effect of planned residential development, we've obviously had quite a bit of affordable housing built in our city and in feeder districts recently. I thought I heard you say that obviously that the affordable housing that may not necessarily lead to an increase in number of students. Is that like versus the market rate? A market rate house, is the affordable housing unit typically, do they not have as many kids? Why the big difference there?
So to clarify, in general terms, when looking at trends, especially in urbanized areas and in California, affordable housing does tend to generate more kids than normal market rate units. So when you're looking at affordable housing, and it is good that the report made that distinction between the affordable versus market rate, because trends do show that affordable housing does generate more students. Going back to that original statement, it's basically any residential development is going to generate students. Some types of development are going to generate more than others, but they are going to generate students. The statement relates to basically sometimes, regardless of how much residential development happens, it will generate students, but it may not be enough to offset the forecasted decline at a district-wide level when you're taking into consideration other factors like lower incoming kindergarten classes, class sizes, or out migration rates that are happening in the district as well. So there might be other factors that are causing more of a steeper decline, even though the residential development is generating students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Caston?
I appreciate this. One of the things that we have kind of discussed is coming back after summer, and our current boundaries are changing again next year because of additional closures, and we had discussed adjustments to the boundaries that we had adopted to account for feeder districts and certain neighborhoods and other things that happened during kind of the intensity of our consolidation process. I see in here you have steps around analyzing our attendance areas and then forecasting for them. And so I want to make sure that we execute those steps in the proper order. Because if we're going to change the attendance districts, getting a forecast a couple weeks later for a district that we no longer have wouldn't help us, but there could be work from this that would help inform the changes we're intending to make. And so it's more of a statement. We can probably talk about it in the scope in the committee meeting tomorrow, but making sure that we don't go through all of this work when we know we're changing the very thing that's being analyzed. So.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's something that we could clarify with the district and COE as well, as to what boundaries we want to use in the report to account for those things that you just stated.
Any other board member questions? All right, Superintendent August.
So along those same lines, I actually have a request from our data guru, who is the one who did our boundaries. And his ask is, if when we're looking at those, the geocoding, if we can look at, we used census blocks as we were creating our new boundaries for those adjustments so that we could try to track that more accurately. That would be super helpful. So I can certainly provide a contact for that if that would be helpful. And then I can, one of the things that I want to talk about is the a lack of access to information that they would have had for the secondary district in May of 2023. That would have been before we saw the impact of our March 1st event. And so that was something that could not have been predicted in that study at the time. So I can certainly see where our elementary is really close in the projections, and we have that definite decline or separation of the projected from the actuals in our secondary district. So outside factors that would not have been able to be predicted, that we would have obviously seen a smaller generation rate.
Yeah, and that's very valid. That's what's important, to regularly update the forecast, because trends could change from year to year, and it's important to capture the latest and greatest trends.
Trustee Caston?
Yep. I didn't realize Emmanuel hadn't already been in contact, so we should definitely make sure that conversation happens. And then I'd also want to make sure any data that comes out of this study is compatible and usable for us in our Boundary Explorer and our other custom data programs, so that we can actually manipulate and use it when we're making decisions similar to that, because those tools are also made available to the public when we're soliciting input. And so anything we get back in, I'd want to make sure we can get the overlays in there, and all of that is works with him. So I didn't realize he hadn't been involved yet. So I'd hope that meeting can happen as soon as possible.
Any other discussion? All right, well, thank you so much to SCO and MGT. This is just a discussion item, no action needed. Do we need a 5-minute break? All right, 5-minute break. All right, moving on to H10. This is another discussion item about our transition program. Do we have John Fisher on Zoom?
Good evening, trustees. I'm going to share my presentation. This is going to be a brief overview of our transition program, 18 to 22-year-old. Let's get this going. So our transition program serves students 18 to 22. Special education services are owed to students up to age 22 unless they have graduated with a diploma. And most typically, students in our transition program articulate from our extensive support needs program. Our programs for this coming year is located completely at Ridgeway High School, and it's includes students with a certificate of completion or in the new alternative diploma, which Ed Code specifically allows for those students who receive this alternative diploma to be educated and served up to age 22. It is designed to teach foundational skills, self-advocacy, independent living, employment skills, etc., to promote the students transitioning into adulthood. So their peer group and the group that we really want the students to work with is other adults so that they can learn the skills to be independent and successful in their lives after age 22. Lots of learning occurs in the community in this population. Vocational skills in local businesses, paid and or volunteer. The paid wages are covered by a couple of different grants, the Workability Grant, and then through SCO, the Transition Partnership Program grant. And students can potentially work up to 20 hours a week. And depending on the student's skill level and needs and so forth, they may be placed in different jobs. Another important point is the students are transported to those jobs, and when possible, those students, along with a paraeducator, are using public transportation, so they learn how to use the public transportation system. Volunteer sites include within Santa Rosa City Schools. It wasn't mentioned here, but CNS is one of them, but also Lila, our preschool program, and then Farmers Market, Children's Museum, etc. And employers include, as we see here, Oliver's, Franco-American Bakery, Roundtable Pizza, et cetera, et cetera. There are some students who spend most of their days out in the community, and then we have classes with higher needs students who spend very little time in the community. So students are able to participate in the community for as much time as they are able to. Our program, as of next year, is basically full 6 classes. I see we have 73 students in the program currently. And that's my very brief overview of our transition program.
Thank you, John. Any questions for him? Trustee Caston?
Thank you, Director Fisher. Can you describe the classroom time, the life skills, what the experiences are that are being taught when they're out on our campus?
Sure. These can include things such as community awareness. It can include things such as being safe in the community, establishing proper relationships with others, boundaries, etc. Basically, independent living skills, what they need to know about transportation, to know what community resources that they can access, etc.
In connection with that, the students that are in these programs and learning these life skills, what is the way that they're able to, how do we facilitate the transition of them learning these life skills as adult learners with their disabilities, and then practically being able to implement them when they exit our program to be able to live more independently?
And to a large degree, that is the community experiences. And the students, as they age through this program, they will spend more and more time in the community, most typically, and they're able to generalize and use those skills that they've learned in the community going forward.
And can you kind of articulate the needs of students with these disabilities and learning the life skills, like I guess the level of disability and
Sure.
why the needs are there?
Sure. And again, most of these students come out of the extensive support needs program. So there may be students who have challenges in communication or recognition of safety issues or danger, or may have difficulty in sort of reading skills and so forth, may have difficulty in building positive relationships with other individuals and appropriate adult relationships. Again, these tend to be our highest need students in our program that require very explicit, essentially independent living skills, training and educational support to be successful.
Thank you.
Trustee Delatorre, did you have your hand up?
I did. Thank you, President McNally. Director Fisher, is there anything you would like the board to keep their eye on or be aware of to continue to help advocate for this program and your other programs?
Sure. I think the most important thing is we have a lot of great relationships with community organizations and community employers in the greater Santa Rosa and the greater Sonoma County area. And our program is always looking to potentially expand into new and other employment and volunteer opportunities. And because the community experiences are really the key point to this program. So I think that's the important thing to support, that we're able to continue those community relationships, which we have built so positively over the last several years.
Thank you.
Trustee Kirby?
You mentioned a couple of grants that were helping to fund this program. Are those grants fully funding it, or how is the, can you just describe the
Sure.
funding for this program?
Sure. So the Workability and Transition Partnership Program, that funds the wages for the students that are being employed in businesses and other organization. It also funds some of the administrative costs as well. It doesn't fund, for example, the salaries of teachers and so forth in the program, but it funds the employment piece of it.
Okay, and thanks for that. And could you hopefully briefly just touch on, so, you know, AB 438 recently, well, was passed and goes into effect on the 1st of July. Have we done everything to implement the required changes in that
Yeah, and
bill?
so AB 438, what it requires is that IEP teams consider whether a transition plan would be appropriate for a student before they enter ninth grade. It's not a mandate that they do that, but if the IEP team feels that it's appropriate for a student to have a transition plan. I would say we are in process of training and educating our IEP teams in those 8th grade meetings to ask those questions. And I would say it's somewhat inconsistent in terms of whether those conversations about whether a transition plan is appropriate before going into high school have been fully discussed at IEP meetings. So I would say it's in process in terms of implementing that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Any other questions or discussion? Nope. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you.
All right, before we go on, can we get a motion to extend the meeting?
I move to extend to 10:45.
Is there a second?
Move to extend to 11:45.
I could do 11.
Move to extend to 11:30.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I don't know what to say. No, I, me.
Okay, meeting extended until 11:30.
Doesn't mean you have to be here till 11:30, people. Let's just extend it to it. So let's get through it.
All right, we are on H11, Discussion, action, approval of the design build contract for the district office and education center. For our speaker, we have Superintendent August, Eric Oden, and I don't want to mispronounce this person's last name. Kathy something. And we do have one public comment on this item, so let's hear the presentation, questions, comment, and then discussion.
Thank you, President McNally and members of the board. I'm going to actually go ahead and turn it over to our team for the presentation.
Introduce the team I have up here with me. Some of you know Kathy Gottfried. She works with us in Santa Rosa City Schools in the facilities department as a project manager. Also is my trusted team with Van Pelt Construction Services, who helps with bond program management as well as some CM services. Mr. Brian Cameron right here is our program manager. Ray Green next to him is a construction manager. Felicia Silvera is the assistant program manager, and sitting back there in the back without a chair is Kelly Jurgensen. She's the president of Van Pelt. So thanks for President McNally and Superintendent August and the board for having us tonight. We come about a discussion action item for the District Office and Education Center. So how did we get here? Actually, this is quite a road with the district office. It's quite an old facility, as some of you may have remembered what it looked like back in the day. It was actually on the 2016 Facilities Master Plan back from measures I and L. I believe at a cost, Felicia, of $30 million back then for a two-story building and rehab of the front building. Of course, that we didn't have enough money in measures I and L, so it got pushed, as did plenty of other projects that were in that master plan. We did develop with the passing of measures C and G, the new master plan that was approved back in 2023. And on that, we of course updated all school sites as well as the district office. And at that time, we had quite a robust district office ed complex that was over $90 million identified in that master plan and implementation plan. As we move forward through the process, we had closed the old district office and moved to a temporary location at Stony Point. And we started down the road of the master plan for the district office complex, which was to start the design build process. We took these steps throughout the process to the board for approval to get to where we are today, which is the proposal by the preferred awardee for the design build entity of the district office complex. Along the way, we did, in the middle of all this, the school consolidation committee came about. So that kind of, had a couple of changes and some discussions were had amongst district staff and district office folks, as well as folks in the community about what else could be done with the district office now that we were making some adjustments. So today we'll talk about some of that and present that so that we can give you a clearer picture. So what have we heard? Right? Why not repurpose a closed school site for the district office and ed center? Some of the factors to consider here. The district office and ed complex is very large, over 96,000 square feet when you account all parts of the complex, as well as a lot of parking. That doesn't factor in any of the parking spaces that are needed for the more than 150 employees of the district office, as well as all the visitors and trainings that are held there that come, the cars that come. We have over 260 cars that come into the district office, so that takes quite a lot of space. At the district office complex is the M&O facility, which is those guys start early, I know, they work with me at 6 a.m. M&O cannot quite be located at, say, one of our neighborhood schools, as the neighbors don't like that kind of noise at 6 a.m., 6:30 in the morning, with our guys getting ready with their mowers and their trucks and all the things that go out to all the sites. Phase 1 of the master plan had the warehouse for the district office being relocated to the back, and that project actually is going to be complete next month and open for warehouse duplicating IT in the data center. So that is at 211 Ridgeway. The other thing that is kind of attached to the Ridgeway School, as you just heard in the presentation from John Fisher, is the 18 to 22 adult transition program, which uses Ridgeway High School. So those services kind of need to stay at 211 Ridgeway. It can't be broken off necessarily to a school site for use. So that does leave what was part of the original master plan, which was basically the administration building and the early childhood education center, which, as we did close schools, as part of this consolidation process, it was identified that the ECE being a school, it was a great use of an empty site to relocate the ECE portion of this project to an empty site, and BLO was chosen for that. So we can go through some of the options. Option A is what was in the master plan, which is what is brought forth today for a discussion and approval, which was to build the new district office and ed center at 211 Ridgeway.
Cool. So about a year ago, we embarked on the design build process. In a nutshell, it's when an architect and contractor partner together. We built some criteria documents and then the request for qualifications and then the request for proposals, and selected our contractor for a stipulated sum, which means it's a fixed price for the rendering we're showing you right there. We added some allowances and contingencies to that cost to make sure we don't come back to the board with any change orders, as well as including solar arrays to make sure the building is net zero energy, which will help reduce costs on the general fund. So you can see the table here has a breakout of the square footages per department, as well as the cost per square foot. So as we been developing our projects, we had our implementation plan approved December of 2023. We have been delivering on the projects you see here: district-wide roofing, new TKs, security, interior mods, new furniture, exterior paint, our new 2-story buildings, gym expansions, and our 7 through 12s needs for capacity. We've been factoring that into our implementation plan, as well as budgeting for the district office. So as we update our FMP and implementation plan in the fall, we're going to keep that in mind and make sure we can deliver on our district-wide initiatives. So some factors to consider with the new construction. This will provide you with a 50 to 100-year facility with proper maintenance. You'll have optimal spaces for staff and students and families. This will obviously be the lowest maintenance cost with the new construction. You'll have improved efficiencies with potential for net zero carbon footprint, along with better like window systems, insulation to keep all your HVAC more efficient. It's also the best access for the community. On the next slide, we'll show how 211 Ridgeway is central to Santa Rosa. And right now, this is the lowest project cost. One thing we're also looking at is applying for state matching funds through our school facilities program for the 18 through 22 adult transition program. Another factor we're looking at is no repayment of the lease at Stony Point back into the general fund. If you don't have a project, it's going to be hard to argue to use that as a temporary facilities. And we also have the boardroom with the project, which will make a great indoor and outdoor spaces for the district and a community gathering and a much nicer boardroom. So here's a map I discussed with the central location, Ridgeway to the district.
All right, and moving into option B, which is to repurpose a closed school site. Given the square footages that we gave you guys, and our boundaries, chose to consider a couple of schools that you'll see on the next slide. But first, we wanted to talk about some factors for consideration. A heavy modernization, although you're taking an existing structure, can actually end up costing from $850 to $1,160 per square foot. And there are a few things that kind of play into that. A big part of it has to do with the Division of State Architect and their requirements for school-related facilities, educational-related facilities. There is a well-known regulation called IREB4, which is triggered when your site improvements exceed 50% of the cost of new construction. So once you hit over that 50% mark, there's quite a few things that the state requires us to do that drive up the cost of construction substantially. Some of those components are here on the right-hand side, heavy modernization. And I'd like to turn it over actually to our Director of Project Management to talk more about those components and how they come into play.
Thank you. So IREB4 stands for Interpretation and Regulations. That's established by DSA, Department of State Architects, who has authority over our work. And what IREB4 says, it's rehabilitation required by cost. So if the modernization that you're performing on a building reaches 50% of the replacement cost of what it would cost to actually build a new building instead, it triggers mandatory structural upgrades to the current code cycle. So that gets extremely cost prohibitive when you're trying to bring a 20 to 30-year-old building up to what would be the 2024 code cycle. And it's specifically for structural. They require that structural upgrade once you get to that 50% replacement cost value. Where we usually run into issues is that replacement cost value is established in the IR. I think it's, off the top of my head, I think it's $477 a square foot. We haven't been able to build schools for $477 a square foot for a very, very long time. So 90,000 square foot building, 45 million is your replacement cost. Once I get to $22.5 million in modernization, I trigger IREB4, and then my costs just balloon. And it's not just for this discussion that we keep IREB4 in our minds. It's every project that we do. So it applies to every school project across the state of California. There are other means of justifying your school costs, but they're not guaranteed. So you can go to DSA and try and argue your case that, hey, we can't build for $477 a square foot. It's not guaranteed to pass.
Thank you. All right, and moving on to cost analysis. So we wanted to kind of provide some context as to IREB4 as we get into these cost analyses, because at face value, it seems high when you think about an existing structure. But when you have those constraints against you, it really drives our costs for modernization up to what it is. So we've included M&O and ATP at the same cost, because as Eric explained earlier, they'll need to stay at 211 Ridgeway. We can't pull them out. And then we isolated the administration building and equated it to the square footages at the existing campuses at Hillard Comstock and at Steel Lane. When we look at the square footages of those campuses, these are just building square footages, not including redoing the parking lot and ancillary site improvements. This is just the building. We have 95,000 square feet at Hillard Comstock to account for, roughly. If we look at $1,000 for modernization, that gives us a total of $95 million to modernize that building. This This is including, if we were to try and make it net zero energy. So again, we could relieve the general fund, but it accounts for that as well. But still, that's quite a lot higher than what option A was outlined as. We looked at Steel Lane, which is also slightly smaller. And again, the size of that site and the square footage of that building is more comparable for our administration needs. Again, it brought us up to about $63 million.
So option C, to repurpose a closed school site into an administration building with no modernization, just moving staff straight into a school site. The factors for consideration on that would be that the rental costs that we've had and continue to incur at the Stony Point complex would no longer be able to be considered costs for interim housing and be paid from the bond funds, and they would need to be paid through the general fund instead. We also would see our district departments physically split into 2 separate locations, which causes some inefficiencies. The potential loss of a sale price on each of the properties that remain vacant. These are approximate amounts based on sales of properties in some neighboring districts. It doesn't happen that often, so we don't have a lot of really good data on it, but that was just an approximation. If we move into an older site, it obviously is going to require a lot more from our maintenance and operations teams to maintain that site for district staff to use. Eventually, they will need modernization work. They are less energy efficient, and without that heavy modernization and changes to the layout, the school sites are much less efficient for the staff to serve our community and all of our other school sites. So the space optimization, obviously we're talking about different square footages and different layouts. So we could see underutilized and inefficient use of space at each of the sites. We definitely would have reduced day-to-day collaboration between departments that work at the district office. There's a loss of informal communication, and when you do your walk-in problem solving, run into somebody, hey. Our efficiency and workflows would be slowed down because of that physical separation. There has definitely been some fragmented culture that we would see across the departments. We would continue to see that, fewer shared district-wide events and team bonding. And it can be really inconvenient for staff or visitors that come to visit the DO and need to visit multiple departments, and they're going to have to be traveling around a location or multiple locations. Definitely more complex IT infrastructure and support needs, and we would have increased operating costs at an existing school site versus a new building.
So understanding the impact of the district office in our community, a lot of people don't really quite know what the district office does. I mean, it's just this office building downtown with people in it that, what does that include? We actually include quite a lot of departments, a lot of things that are legally required, from CDE, such as, obviously ed services, but that includes multilingual services, state and federal, special education, business services, wellness and engagement, maintenance, operations, HR, data assessment, fiscal, superintendent board, and we didn't even put CNS on here, but they're a valued part of the district office complex. A lot of what's done at the district office is compliance. I mean, we do a lot of compliance with the state and what we do every day. And I know that I don't know everything that all the other departments do, but I know that's all I hear about is the amount of compliance they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Here are just some examples of those, a very, very small example of those. And why does this matter? The district office serves everyone in the district, all of the employees and all of the students and all of the families. We don't just serve one school, we serve them all. We are the 5th largest employer in the city. All the data you see here we pulled from 2024, as that was the last bit of data we had exact before as we made this slideshow. So I know there are some changes here, but not by dramatic differences. And also why it matters is, what's been spent on the district office historically. we could pull data back in our escape software system back since 2005. And that graph you see on the left is we dug for money. That was really from the move of the district office to Stony Point, because really nothing was spent on the district office at all. So the slide on the left shows just the district office portion itself, not all the other rest of the complex, because we know the district office itself is kind of the more politically sensitive piece of this ginormous puzzle. And just to kind of show the bond dollars going back from 2005 to through measures C and G, and including the identified $140 million King Consulting has worked with us to identify through OPSC state matching funds to get us throughout the next decade, to show that, you know, it's almost $1 billion, and the bulk of it does go to school sites, which it should. But historically, as you can see here, the district office really has never been dealt with in any meaningful fashion. And eventually you kind of run out of time and road. And I think we're lucky enough to have the bond dollars and the time and the matching funds to get this project to you today. So we will turn it over to the board for any questions or discussion.
Trustee Delatorre.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We looked at quite a dramatically different number last year when this was presented as a projected number compared to what the number presented today is for the construction of the district office. Is that due to no longer having a consideration of the ECE need with the build, or are there other factors?
Yeah, are you speaking to the original more than $90 million that was?
Like $100 million,
Yeah,
what
yeah,
we
the
were
$100 million,
talking about last
yeah.
year, and now we're talking about 56. That's a
Yeah,
big
part of that
difference.
is the ECE. That's a smaller portion, but also we worked hard to work to refine this down, knowing that, you know, you shouldn't want to throw $100 million at this project. That was an idea, but as we refine this down, we really tried to, you know, really maximize what is needed at the district office to operate efficiently.
And where exactly are we going to find 266 parking spots?
They're there. Their idea was, the good thing, phase one moved the warehouse to the back of the property, which was vacant by the JC in the back. So that creates more room, and that room is direly needed.
And does any of that parking take away from Ridgeway or Santa Rosa's footprint?
No, it does not. It's just district office, 211 district office property.
And just historically, unfortunately, this is a situation that we are dealt with when you continue to kick the proverbial can down the road. This discussion was had in the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and each decade, the cost was significantly less at those times, but the funding wasn't there. I hate to continue to delay this discussion with an opportunity to build something lasting and permanent for the district, and continue to try and kick the can down the road, and we find out we have to spend $200 million to get the same proposal, which ultimately is what's happening. So, you know, remind everybody, historically, this is not a new problem. This is something that has been needed for quite some time.
Yeah, construction cost escalates 5 to 10% per year, you know, so the longer you wait, the more costly it could become.
Other questions? Trustee Medina.
Thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation. My question is around, assuming that this was approved today, anticipated project completion and its alignment with our current lease at the district office. How do those two go together?
Yeah, the team that we chose has, if it was approved in the July, and their schedule could make our timeline of when our lease is up in 2027, which is also important because it doesn't continually to add to our rental costs.
Trustee Jenkins.
This is strictly a logistics question, and it doesn't seem like anyone else has this. So I just wanted to make sure, since we have a lot of the same people from the Citizens Oversight Committee up here, there's no conflict.
Like a conflict of interest or something?
Yeah, it's just double checking.
So they're not
They're
from the
not
Citizens
on-
Oversight Committee. They're our support staff.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
I would love to know all of you personally, but I just don't. So nice to see you twice in one night.
Trustee Kirby?
Couple quick questions. So the new site, this new plan, it still includes a school campus within the footprint of the building, correct?
Correct, for the adult transition program,
Right.
correct.
So what are the financial advantages of having a campus within our district offices? There like repayments, rebates?
There's matching state funding we get for that, which helps offset this total cost, you know, of the.
About how much does that help offset?
But do you
you
want to
know?
help offset that number?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we're using the capacity from adult transition to apply for that funding. So
Okay.
I can get you that number. I just have to get with our funding consultant.
Okay, that's great to hear that we'll be getting some kind of a discount because of that, or.
Correct, yes.
So on the option B that was presented with the redo of Comstock or Steel Lane, those options don't include a boardroom, right? It would.
Well, they would. It would
they
just be
would?
like modernizing the multi-purpose room to a boardroom or the gym at Comstock to a boardroom or something, so.
So we
Not
wouldn't have a whole lot of room.
It's, you know, it'd be taking an existing space and turning it into one, yeah.
Okay. With the new build, looking at the large boardroom, which looked really nice, and we would no longer have to use and pay for this place. There are dividers in that room? I can't tell if.
There is, the boardroom actually can be divided up to a training center, which is sorely needed at the district. I mean, at the rental in Stony Point, we have that one little training center, and it is constantly full of training. It's constantly full of training and cars that come to park, and we ran out of parking at that lease site. So yeah, the great thing about that boardroom is for large board meetings, it opens up. There's doors that open to spill out space to the exterior. So if you have a really large meeting, you can actually overflow into the exterior, as well as be cut up into smaller sections for medium-sized meetings or trainings.
Okay, great, thanks.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that in part answers one of my questions. I was like, why is it just chairs in the boardroom versus like something like this? But I was gonna ask, oh man, above the boardroom, like in the second floor, I didn't like see anything. Is it just higher ceiling, or why is there nothing above?
Yeah, the boardroom is just built as a high ceiling, kind of like this, a little bit different design, but yeah, I think it's for acoustics and other things. I mean, maybe Ray could speak to that, why the design of the boardroom is a single story tall versus having a floor above it.
I'm sorry, I have trouble hearing. I missed the question. What's the height of the boardroom ceiling?
Well, why is it not two-story there? Why is the boardroom-
Because the height of that room basically would make the second floor that much higher as well, and it wouldn't communicate with the rest of the building.
Okay. And the other question in terms of this cost, is the cost of like furnishing it all included, or is that going to be a separate later cost?
No, furnishings are separate. I wrote in the board cover that there are some extra costs, such as inspectors, some CM fees, furniture, some special inspections that were required on every single project. So this is not part of the construction costs, so we will bring those back at a later time to the board for their approval as well.
Thank you.
So just one point on the furniture, we pulled that out of the construction cost because if you run it through the construction cost, the contractor marks that up. If the district purchases it directly, there's no markup.
Trustee Caston?
Can you just briefly review the amount that's in here for contingency and kind of our track record of using or not using contingency on projects like this?
Ray, do you want to comment on the contingency amount that's in there?
Yeah, so there's in a design build or a lease back contract format, the contractor themselves typically have some contingency. The contractor has about 4% contingency. The district has about 4% contingency. As Brian had said, this is a fixed price. So with a design build delivery method, the district's risk really reduces once you're out of the ground. So your risk is everything that you can't see. And on a design build, it's just in the ground. Once we're out of the ground, our risk reduces greatly to where if we were to modernize an existing facility, I would want somewhere between 10 and 15% in contingency. On a design build delivery, that gets greatly reduced.
And the track record we've seen recently with design build is that the contingencies are not fully utilized. So we typically come in under the budget we're looking at.
Correct. We typically return the contingencies back to the bond at the end of the project. Yeah. There's a couple unforeseens that we do have when we open up walls or dig, as Ray said, when we go digging and you run into something that you don't know is there. We have some monies for that, but for the most part, we return most of the contingency back to the bond program.
And we already know that there's Adobe and that there's a water table and we're not going to be going down. So.
Yeah, we've done some initial research out there to help try to lower our risk.
Okay.
So that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other board questions before I take public comment? All right, I have one blue card from Mary Lehman. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm speaking from, I'm a technology assistant, one of 8 technology assistants at the district office, the old district office. We are still housed there because the data center still resides there. Have you been over to see the district office lately next to Ridgeway High School? It has a rent-a-fence around it because it started to become a homeless camp. It is now an embarrassment to the neighborhood and our community. Who will benefit? Over 200 classified employees work out of the district office, including child nutrition services. 28 letters which were sent to Lisa and the board today that you should have received tonight supporting this in Spanish and in English. Then also we have maintenance and operations. Eric's told you most of this already, so I may be reviewing a lot of things. The warehouse drivers, duplicating, and technology were still located there. And then all of the office workers and administrators that are now housed at Stony Point. What students will be benefited? Well, we have like 73 of the 18 to 22-year-olds that John Fisher just talked about. They have 7 or 8 classrooms right now at Ridgeway with teachers and about 3 or 4 instructional assistants. It would be an improvement for these students because they're now housed in old portables around Ridgeway. Don't let what happened to Montgomery High School, the 2-story building that was postponed and the cost went up. How it will benefit the school board, we'll rebuild the district office. We won't have to use the city hall for board meetings. And we won't have to set up the Santa Rosa High School South Gym again if you can't book the city hall. The benefits to the teachers will be able to attend their mini trainings throughout the year. They won't have to drive to SCO or have to wait for the training room. Anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's not my CSEA president. Okay.
Okay, discussion. Trustee Medina.
I'd like to move to approve option A of the design build contract for the district office and education center.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, Trustee Jenkins.
So my one thing is that we'll get to the vote in a minute. However, my one thing is just a bit of appreciation for pointing out this thing at the very beginning called the implementation plan. Just because like my big thing as a parent in this community is that it can't just be the district office rebuild, right? Like I fully understand why things have been delayed with our big facilities master plan, we have just been hit with thing after thing after thing. I totally understand that. I just want to just continue saying, we have to just keep this work going at the schools because it has to be as good for the students as it is for the staff. I'm really excited about this. I totally see all of the, I agree with everything. I just really want to make sure our kids are taken care of at the sites as well.
All right, that was moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Delatorre. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. All right, we will move on to H12, approval of the CSEA MOU. Dr. Vicky Zans.
Thank you. Superintendent August, President McNally, members of the board. I am really happy actually to be here tonight to ask for your approval of the MOU between CSEA and SRCS to restructure the classified salary schedule in order to attract and retain more classified employees. The MOU that we agreed on hot off the presses today is to increase the range of behavior assistance from 20 to 24, special education assistance for extensive support needs from 18 to 21, special education assistant DHH from range 17 to 20, and special education assistant from range 15 to range 18. And that will make us more in line with what is being paid by surrounding districts as well as by SCO. Additionally, we agreed that any new employees classified for all of the different classifications would start at step 2 rather than starting at step 1. So that will automatically increase the starting salaries for any new employees, as well as increasing or giving the ability to any special education assistants that work at least 6 hours a day to be eligible for a 100% contribution from the district, 100% of the contribution that we would give for a full-time employee to part-time employees that work 6 hours or more in those 4 special education classifications.
Trustee Medina.
I'd like to move to approve the CSEA Chapter 75, 2425, number 11 MOU, updated CSEA 75 salary schedule with the range changes for the selected special ed positions.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee De La Torre. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Next, we have a recommendation regarding Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services salary and fringe benefits. Superintendent August, tell us about this.
I would like to recommend to the board that we extend another year, so renew the contract for Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Roderick Castro. Whenever we are approving or presenting the employment contracts for anyone with the title superintendent, we are required to provide an oral reading of the terms. I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. So the main terms are that this is the Assistant Superintendent's contract for the 25-26 fiscal year. The salary listed is $192,446.63. The 25-26 work year shall be 225 days. The contract provides the assistant superintendent with the same access to health, dental, and vision benefits as other management employees. And the contract provides for $3,600 as annual reimbursements for automobile-related expenses within the district. I do want to point out that there are no changes from last year to this year, including in the current salary.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve the recommendation regarding the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services salary and fringe benefits as presented.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina. Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. And tell us about the next one.
Thank you. I'm also pleased to present this evening for consideration. I recommend approval of the employment contract for Dr. Vicki Sands, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. And again, I'll read the terms of the agreement. So the Assistant Superintendent's contract would be for salary for 25-26 fiscal year, $192,446.63. The 25-26 work year for the Assistant Superintendent shall be 225 days. The contract provides the Assistant Superintendent with the same access to health, dental, and vision benefits as other management employees. And the contract provides for $3,600 as annual reimbursement for in-district automobile-related expenses. Again, no change from last year's terms.
Trustee Medina?
Move to approve the recommendation regarding the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources salary and fringe benefits as presented.
Second.
Trustee Jenkins?
I just have a comment before voting for both of you that I really appreciate all that you guys have done this year. It's been so much extra, I'm sure, than a typical year. And so I just want to make sure that that is very clear. I appreciate you both so much, and I wish that we could give you a raise, but we are in the situation that we're in.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, that was moved by Trustee Medina, seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Roll call vote?
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. And tell us about yourself.
Well, so this one is actually not for me. This is for for the interim. So it does affect me substantially in that it does take the CBO, much of the CBO work off of my plate. And so there is actually a change that was requested by Luz Cazares. Just to share really quick, I want to make sure that it goes on to the record that one of the reasons that we wanted to move forward with Luz as the interim CBO is that she's familiar with our district. She's worked here in this position before as interim CBO, actually between Rick Edson and myself, and I believe one other time as well. She's familiar with our systems, she's already knows our staff, and is familiar with our budget and the issues that have been ongoing. So just, she's incredibly experienced. We're very fortunate to have her join us in this interim role. She is only able to serve in a 50% capacity, and so we would recommend doing that. The one request that she had is to change to not have the automobile reimbursement as a stipend, and to ask that it be actually included in her salary instead. And that's related to she's wanting to make sure that she does have PERS and with a limited salary based on a 50% capacity, that was her request. And so it doesn't change the cost aside from the statutory benefits on that $3,600. It does now apply. So I can read the difference is now the annual salary would be $114,655 as a 50% position. The annual work year would be 112.5 days, excluding holidays. The contract provides with the same access to health, dental, vision, and other fringe benefits as other management employees at a prorated rate. And then removing the annual reimbursement for auto-related expenses in district.
Trustee Medina?
So just for clarification, the original CBO pay was at 220 to 110 for 100%? Okay. You had a question?
Trustee Jenkins?
My question was, because it's 0.5, but the days are, do they have to be full days or can she work just 50%?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a 50% total, so the equivalent.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Move to approve the recommendation regarding the interim associate superintendent of business services / CBO salary and fringe benefits as presented.
I'll second.
Moved by Trustee Medina, seconded by Trustee Jenkins. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, we have a PIP. Dr. Zanz?
So, as you recall, last month I brought forward the need for qualified teachers and what areas we would need to possibly hire interns or provisional permitted teachers. And one of the biggest areas where we have a need is in special education. So I am requesting the approval of the provisional intern permit for Nicolette Elliott to be a mod severe teacher at Hidden Valley Elementary for this upcoming school year.
Any questions? A motion? Trustee Caston?
I'll move to approve the provisional internship permit application for Nicolette Elliott.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Caston, seconded by Trustee Medina. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, moving on to first read and possible waiver of second read of Board Bylaw 9250. Superintendent August, you want to tell us about this?
Oh, in our bylaws, it does state that we will revisit board compensation. And since we no longer have a July meeting, that this was updated a couple of years ago, that it comes to the board in June for you to consider whether you would increase by 5% your monthly stipend.
And if I may, I could add that when this was originally presented, there was basically looking at the data that this district had not. Law allows you to only update up to 5% once a year. I was only able to find it back as late as 1998, but the district had not updated until we started in 2019. If we had been updating, it'd be at about 1422. Well, with this month, it'd be 1493. So the idea is identifying value in the work that the board does by providing a stipend for those that choose to take it. Any board member that doesn't want to take it can always choose to decline or donate their amount. So I'll move to approve and waive the second read of Board Bylaw 9250 as presented.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Trustee Jenkins?
I'm really conflicted by this one, to be perfectly honest. I understand that it's such a small amount. And I understand where we're at. And I understand that I can decline. I also understand how much work goes into being a trustee and the hours and hours. So I just wanted to make that comment before we vote.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I think, like I said, we're making up for a lot of time that this wasn't acted upon. And you only are able to do this once a year. So to not act, I think you lose that opportunity. You can't bring it back. I am optimistic about legislation currently that's been approved in the Assembly. It's currently in the Senate, AB 1390. You could look at that further, but basically it's proposing to change the amount to 2,000 for a district our size. So that'd be cool to look at.
Yeah, I'll just say that, to me, this is not about giving myself or any of us a raise. It's about keeping up and keeping this. I mean, it's not even competitive at all, but like we need people to want to do this job and we need it to be more equitable in who can do this job. So I think it's important that that it is paid. Trustee Kirby?
I just say that it's probably a big reason that we're only getting one person at a time wanting to do this. So I think from a board policy standpoint, I think we need to go back and revisit perhaps being able to increase the benefits that we are able to get with this position and/or perhaps tie the increase to, an SRTA or one of the, what kind of increase they get, we get kind of thing. But anyway, that's something we can look at in the future for board policy. I just throwing that out there that maybe we can look at making an adjustment in the future. That's all.
All right, so we had a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins.
Well, let me push the button. It's locking me out. Oh, it's because it's already on. Couldn't see the dot. Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. We only have 2 H items left. Okay. Let's talk about the job description for coordinator of curriculum and professional learning.
Just have to say, I mean, is this a record for a number of like discussion items and consent items in a meeting? I think it is. Thank you, President McNally, Interim Superintendent August, members of the board and community, student staff and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. This is just coming back. I think we've discussed this a couple of times. It's a proposed job description for the coordinator of curriculum and professional learning. This position would be supporting instructional initiatives, facilitating assessment programs as the board item does describe, and promoting effective teaching strategies. It also supports some of the more important frameworks that are going to be coming before the instructional framework is going to be approved by the CDE in the coming years and other curriculum-related programs. It's also going to be the individual that's going to be supporting our bilingual and STEM residency programs. We seek to support this with restricted resources. So we bring this back before you for consideration.
Questions, discussion? Trustee Kirby?
In reading through the job description for this position, the assessments that they're going to assist in leading through, are they both student assessments and teacher assessments?
Well, they'd be assessments for students, definitely, but training teachers on how to implement them, how to use the data from them. That's what it would be for.
And historically, have we been able to get our teachers to take these assessments? Have they been willingly taking them, or are we getting good feedback from them?
It runs the continuum. I think with an individual that's dedicated to this task, we hope to be able to get more of an impact. One of the, I think, ideas behind this is to have an individual dedicated to do this sort of thing. We can actually get more of a return on investment in this sort of thing, having somebody actually dedicated to do this.
So in the past, that we haven't had a person specifically dedicated for this.
We have not.
Okay.
This has been something that's been part of someone else, like multiple work streams that an individual has had.
Okay.
Other questions or comments?
I think just to clarify, and staff won't be limited to just training through this, like they'll still be able to access other training opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we're actually trying to do with this position is actually root it more at the school sites. We were going over a calendar for next year, and we're really trying to work more with our bargaining partners and listening to what their needs are. So we want to do things like, excuse me, respond more to listen to what the needs that are coming out of the classroom are. So we actually want to move this position to have them less at the central office, even though they'll be stationed there, but really scheduling most of the professional development next year to see how much of that we can actually base at the sites and be doing surveys and listening and responding to what the sites need more. And like, for example, what are some of the professional developments they want? What are some, how can we listen to some of the promising and best practices that the teachers have? With an individual that's dedicated to professional development, we think that we can actually do that better. So that's the hope. And it is a temporary position because it's restricted. It's unrestricted. So
Stole the question out of my mouth.
I was thinking
See,
you were
was
gonna.
it a temporary position? But okay. I'll move to approve the job description for the coordinator of curriculum and professional learning as presented.
Trustee Kirby, was that a hand? No?
Oh,
Thought
second.
you were raising your hand. Never mind.
No, scratching. Sorry. I'll
Okay.
second it.
You second? All right, roll call vote?
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
No.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's look at some data. I might walk around a little while you talk, but I'm listening.
I'm fine if you want to all stand. So Melanie, I think I've joined, but I would need promotion in order to be able to share. All right. Thank you, members of the board, interim superintendent August, and members of the community. I am Stacy Desideri, executive director of wellness and engagement, and joining me is
Emmanuel Bardal, Executive Director, Information Evaluation.
and we're here tonight to do our annual presentation of information. And I like to think of this as the intersection where social emotional learning, emotional well-being, discipline, and engagement all merge. This is an annual report that we typically share sometime in the spring. And it's not generally at the very last board meeting, but that's why tonight we don't have our other partners of the Director of Mental Health and Community Schools Engagement, Eric Lofty, or our Coordinator of Student Intervention, Gustavo Mendoza. They would typically be here assisting us on this presentation tonight. But I do appreciate your willingness to give us this time this evening to talk about some very important topics. So I am going to share my screen. And
Let's see if we can do this. There we go. So we're here tonight to talk to you about some student and adult data, some attendance data, and some discipline patterns that we are seeing in our community. So why is it not letting? There we go. I had to click correctly. This evening, we've been hearing a lot of information, not only about the values and the desires of our district, but in the community survey that was administrated by our SCO partners, you heard a significant focus on desire for continued improved safety. I've been participating in a number of different community summits on this topic. And I think something that is an important distinction is that when we talk about this simple concept of a sense of safety, it really falls into two different categories. You have the sense of safety, which is built out of the protective factors. Sometimes we talk about the potential risk of violence under protective factors and risk factors. A risk factor is something that makes it more likely to happen. Protective factor is something that prevents violence from happening. And so when we talk about this concept of safety, we are talking about those protective factors. We're talking about the relationships that our children have with safe and protective adults and with each other, healthy peer relationships. We're talking about the culture and the climate of the school, and we are talking about students themselves as allies and agents of change. The other side of this important concept is the concept of security, and security manages external factors. It looks at strategic management of resources and staff. It looks at emergency response and policy and procedures. Over the last few years, these two areas have been a significant focus for our district, specifically being coming out of the SART program in response to our community tragedy that happened back in 2023. We had a significant district, site, and community push for improving not only safety, but security of our campuses. And through that work, we have seen over the last few years a deep investment in emergency response, improved policies, procedures, and a focus and a continued focus on restorative and therapeutic relationships. When we think about relationships, safety is never going to be one factor. So every person can come and say, this is the one thing that will make us feel safer. A fence, a particular position, a relationship with a first responder. But it's really about pro-social, protective relationships that help mitigate the sense of risk. And when we look at the data that we've been hearing, both through Panorama that was administered in the fall of 2024 and from Youth Truth, which was administered in January of 2025, we are seeing slight increases and continued strength in the area of relationships. 82% of our 7th through 12th graders, so all secondary, the 82% of the students on Panorama and 72% of our community on Youth Truth say that they have strong, positive relationships with adults at school and with peers at school and with someone in their community that allows them to openly be themselves. In both Panorama and Youth Truth, those are reflective of increases. Not significant increases. This idea of relationships is a place that we've been strong, but those are reflective of increases. In the grades 4 through 6, we are seeing similar scores, 87% of our students in Panorama and 84% of our students in Youth Truth. Again, both showing slight increases from last year to this year. Our parents and our staff agree when they speak of the supportive relationships that their children and their students have at school. Over 90% of both of those groups say that our students have positive, supportive relationships. But when we're looking at this idea of security, security is based on having student-centered practices that are consistent, predictable, and understood by everyone. It involves intensive supervision, clear behavioral rules, firm discipline, and not just firm discipline, but discipline that is understood and predictable and consistent with the engagement of parents and teachers. So what does Youth Truth say that we've learned from our community about their perception of their child's learning environment feeling safe? And again, we have to unpack that word safe, meaning both safe and secure. And what was very, very evident through, and this is the Youth Truth information, but what was very clear is not only did our students speak to significant gains in the areas of feeling safe at school, our families shared that same message. At the elementary level, students saw a 3-point improvement where parents are seeing an 11-point improvement. At the middle school, it was even greater with students representing about a 9-point improvement and high school students seeing about a 12-point improvement. But the parents who came out for Youth Truth at a significantly higher level shared huge gains, feeling 32-point improvements in feeling that their children are safe at school. When we look at some of the factors involved in security, at the grades 7 through 12, which is where we were seeing some issues, we saw a 16-point improvement with students responding positively to the question, how often do students get into fights at your school, physical fights? By saying 56% responded favorably, 56% said neither never or almost never. So those were positive answers, not negative answers. And it's 16% better than what we saw the year before. We also saw a 7-point increase at the secondary level, saying that if a student is bullied at school, how difficult is it for you to get help from an adult? That didn't necessarily mean an adult at school, but a trusted adult that they could go to. We saw similar gains in almost every area. I think I had to look through, page after page after page after page to find even one area in which the scores were reduced. Now, when we think about what were some of the things that we did that resulted in double digits, 10, 20, 30-point improvements over a single year? Our campuses are showing supervision and administrative staff that are engaging in ongoing training with intervention, de-escalation, restorative practices. All of our campuses had increased student safety advisors this year, and we're seeing even higher numbers next year. All of our campuses have engaged in improved incident command, grounded in the Essential 5. That was new last year to this year. And all of our campuses are planning climate strengthening engagement for those first few days of school. So with this current investment in both safety and security, we are seeing an impact in the climate of our campuses. And I'm going to throw it now to Emmanuel.
Thank you, Stacy. So we have very few slides because it's about midnight, so we probably want to wrap this up very quickly. But at a very high level, 95% of our students are never suspended, right? So the vast majority of our students never participate in exclusionary discipline, right? So that is 5% that experiences at least one suspension. That is a decline of about 1 percentage point where we were last year. It was about 6%. Now, of these 5% of students, 68% of them, so 2 out of 3, are just suspended once, right? And so basically once a student is suspended, they won't get suspended anymore over this school year. We have, a third that are suspended multiple times, mostly SCHU. Then there is, another drop at 3, 4, 5, and then we have multiple students, very few students that get suspended multiple times over the year. So that is for suspensions. For discipline, we are going to see another piece of data in a little bit. Now, the other side of this, right? So this is students that we exclude. On the other side is, do students want to be in school, right? And the way that we can measure that is by tracking attendance. So here, going from left to right, we have students that are here more than 95% of the days, right? And that is the most. We have about half of our students, about 6,500, are here, 95% almost every day. The next category is students that are here between 90 and 95% of the time. That, again, is about 4,600. Altogether, that is about 10,000 students. So you can see there that the vast majority of our students, 76%, are here more than 90% of the time. This is what we want to see. Our average attendance for this year is about 92%, a little bit over the 92%. Which is a little bit over or higher than where we were last year. Now, the next two categories is what we call chronically absent students. Our students that have attendance lower than 90%, that's 25% of our students. Again, we are improving year to year. Students want to come to us, and we are getting a little bit better over time.
Again, one of the things you're going to notice in this slide deck, when I first wrote this slide deck, it literally has 72 slides. There was no way I was going to put anyone through a meeting this busy with 72 slides. However, all 72 slides are included in this presentation for your, comfortable reading on a Saturday morning with a nice second cup of coffee. Although everything that we've shared so far are the things that we are doing really well, our data does show us that we have some significant areas that we can continue to focus on. And we want to take a moment to call out some of those ideas. It's also important to recognize that a sense of safety and security will be a constantly moving target. So what helps us feel good today may look different tomorrow and as we move into the next year, especially with the amount of transition that our district is going through with the shape and the configuration of campuses. We may need to make some live adjustments as we go through the year to meet the needs of new campuses with new students on them. And so one of the areas that was interesting when we saw significant increased, engagement in the surveys, and we saw 10, 15, 20, 30-point improvements in a lot of these areas, especially about relationships and safety. One of the areas that interestingly looks relatively flat is on the topic of culture. And culture asks a number of different questions. And we're seeing that schools, while individual school scores are going to vary, we have some schools that score relatively high in terms of how they respond to culture. We also have some schools that are relatively low. And so when we look across at the district level, about 21% of our elementary school students are responding overwhelmingly positive on the topic of culture. That's room for significant growth. We go a little bit higher as we get to the middle and the high school, we get up to about 33%. But when we're asking questions about this, it's questions like, is discipline at your school fair? Is it consistent and predictable? Do your classmates want to do well? Is there bidirectional respect? And bidirectional respect means, do children treat the adults with respect? And do adults treat the children with respect? And are you not only feeling safe during school, but are you actively participating in school clubs, teams, or other outside groups? And this is an area that we did not see growth. We really were pretty flat this year. So this is an area that all of our schools are going to be doing an examination of. Whether we were through a period of great change or not, it's important. But when we have different configurations of schools, different leadership teams, this is a perfect opportunity to really question, what does it mean to be part of the Santa Rosa City School culture? And to be able to ask that same question at the site levels as well.
So something that we have been sharing for the past 3 years, I believe, with the board is what we call suspension disproportionality by race. So as you remember, 5% of our students experience a suspension or experience a suspension last year. That 5% is not equally distributed across student subgroups. So here you can see the groups that are smaller. It means that the students are more likely to experience a suspension. So there you can see that 1 in 6 of our American Indian or Alaska Native students experience a suspension. And that is compared to 1 in 32 of our white students. So as Stacy was saying, when we think about the fairness in the discipline, is also a fairness of impact of, for example, being suspended. And here we can see that at least across our racial ethnic groups, students experience discipline differently and they are suspended at different rates. We have been working very hard over the past 3 years, and I think these rates were more disproportionate last year. We are making improvements in kind of like make these groups kind of like similar to each other. But as you can see, there is still some more work to do there to make this impact of suspension not as disproportional as we've been experiencing.
One of the things that we have been working on is this development of a disciplinary matrix that is grounded in student-centered practices, in the concept of PBIS, positive behavior, and grounded in the law, where the law says very clearly we will try alternative means of correction before we get to exclusionary practices.
And something that we shared with the board, I want to say 2 years ago during a study session, was that we do see once a student is referred, so similar behavior, once they get to the point that they are up for a suspension, we don't see a disproportionality. And I think disproportionality actually comes from the referral to be suspended, right? And so there is some discretion there from a staff member to see a behavior and decide what to do with the behavior. But once the suspension goes to the assistant principal or the vice principal next year, the discipline policy is applied fairly. So when you start thinking about the process and why this might come from, it's not that people are not applying our discipline policy fairly, but it's that I think the students don't get to that step.
Right.
Can you just say that in a different way?
Yeah, so if you think about how do a student get suspended, right? You do something that you shouldn't be doing. Somebody notices you doing it, and they refer you to the assistant principal or the principal office, right? And you get to that point, and then the principal decides, I'm going to suspend you because you did what was told to me, right? So if you think about this whole process, right, where is the proportionality coming from, right? And now you start thinking about decision points, right? So decisions that an adult made across, this, pretty much process. What we noticed is that at the very last step, which is the vice principal or a principal or an administrator deciding to suspend, we do not see a disproportionality at that decision point because we can observe it, because we can read all the referrals that a principal receives, and we see who gets suspended, who doesn't get suspended. And we do not see that, for example, what do you get suspended for?
Well, how about if I use this description? So once a child has violated ed code, it's really clear how you're going to apply ed code.
Yeah.
But a good analogy is the concept of what might trigger a search of a student. And so you can have behaviors that might trigger a search of a student. For example, many schools have a policy of if you have been found to be leaving campus without permission, maybe sneaking across the street to get a hamburger rather than going through the lunch line type of a thing. There's a concept of once you come back on campus, you might get searched simply because you were not where you should be. And one of the things that's incredibly difficult to do with consistency is to ensure that if I've got 1,500 students on campus, how do you ensure that every single student who may have walked off campus is getting searched? And so what you find is in the practice of the early interventions, you are starting to see disproportionality.
And so, and I know, let's assume that then you find a vape pen on the student, right? That is violation of ed code. We need to suspend you, right? Because you have been found with a tobacco product in your possession, right? So once we get to the tobacco product in your pocket, we suspend the student. And it doesn't matter who the student is, right? But what gets us to find the pen, right, is where disproportionality might come from, right? And so that's something that we have been working on.
And that is one of the reasons why a disciplinary matrix like the one that we are drafting now gives a little bit more guidance and a little bit more assistance while still allowing an administrator to be able to use the discretion that's built into law. Another area that we do see disproportionality, and for the sake of time, we did not include this particular slide, but it is consistent year to year to year, and we are seeing it very similarly. We see an age band discrepancy. It is very predictable to know that the age group that gets suspended the least is elementary. We see that you may have 1 in every 40 elementary students that will ever be suspended. And at the high school level, 1 in every 18. So it is more likely that if you walk into any given classroom, there may be 2 students in the classroom who may have faced a suspension. Where we are still seeing a significant disproportionality is at the middle school level. And in middle school, 1 out of every 9 middle school students has faced suspension. And that is a significant number. So you'll see in some of our goals, what are some of the things that we are doing in order to address these recognized areas for continued attention. So without getting too much into the weeds, I was really appreciative of the board member, and I'm sorry it's late, I forget who it was, but it was someone over here talking about the importance of engagement. We have a very consistent truancy process, but when we think about the truancy process as outlined through SART and SARB and our community and our county engagement, that's the stick. Once you have gotten into trouble for truancy, how are we going to punish that behavior away? Are we going to refer you to meetings? Are we going to bring you to the district attorney? Are we sending you to mediation or to court? We know that simply having punitive measures does not improve attendance for the lion's share of our families. And the best way to improve our attendance is by looking at incentive programs, getting our students excited about school, whether that is through those relationships or that improved academic engagement, classes that they're excited about, programs or extracurriculars. So looking at site-based incentives, consistent parent messaging, and early identification and pairing families or students with support when they need that. We want to continue to work through our improved safety practices through professional development for the staff who are actually working one-on-one with our students, both through trauma-informed and restorative practices and improving our options through MTSS with student-centered interventions and improved security practices as well, teaching a variety of methodologies through de-escalation, strengthening our community-based partnerships, and enhancing our parent and community engagement. We also, what we were just talking about in terms of the disproportionality, looking at improving equity through our response to behavior, both from early identification and intervention through tiered systems of support, not waiting for the behavior, but identifying the students in need or the students of promise before they are showing us either through their academic failure or through their behavior. Improving that consistent communication with families, development and adoption of the discipline matrix that I've been sharing with you, a couple of different models, consistent reentry practices that are embedded with ongoing support and intervention, and continued professional development for all staff. And a topic that you saw in the earlier survey tonight that is a high priority for many in our community, looking to enhance and strengthen our community partnerships with first responders and city services like potential school resource officers. In the absence of that, strengthening our relationship with existing city services and strengthening with the community-based organizations. There's about 50 additional slides, but we're here to take questions.
Trustee Delatorre.
Thank you both very much for your presentation, all the information. How far away are we at on the discipline matrix?
I have been working with a variety of different mentors and other programs that already have them developed. I have completed that and presented both of them to our legal counsel for review, both to align with any outcoming or incoming new legislation that might be pending, and just ensuring that we're staying aligned with both consistent application of board policy as well as ed code. And once he has finished reviewing that, I want to bring it to a group of administrators so that they can look at the actual implementation and where there needs to be some finessing. Then we want to start doing some outreach to our community organizations to make sure that we have some student voice as well as parent and community voice in what it can look like. And my hope would be to have it in place no later than September, October. But I'm worried about trying to rush it and not allowing our community to be able to engage with it as well.
So here's my issue with not rushing it. We're already behind the ball on this. And to continue outreach of community input, we know what we're up against. We know what we need to correct. We know what environments we need to provide. So if there are even portions of it that make sense to get and have in place by the start of the school year, that'd be great. I love the goals that were listed. But you know, some things to really consider is proper de-escalation skills and resources and proper training for our teachers and our staff, for our substitute teacher, because I cannot think of the proper term for it, our guest teachers, our guest teachers, ensuring that they are properly trained and understand how to work through those environments. I no longer want to be a district that we are not getting to the bottom of the child's pain in their heart, that are creating these behavioral patterns, that they're being suspended 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and we're not helping them through that. Is more traumatic for them, and it's traumatic for others around them, and they're not getting the assistance they need. And now they're so much further down the road, it's that much harder to bring them back. So trying to identify some things that we could definitely have in place by the start of the school year, even if it's not the full-blown matrix and how it's going to roll out, but some key pieces to make sure that our trusted adults on campus have what they need to really help these students, and not let it get further down the road. They're kids. They're looking for structure and boundaries. They're looking for somebody to tell them, no, that's not okay, and this is why it's not okay, and learn from it. And if that's not getting it at home and they're not getting in their community, they need to get it from school, because that's where they're at. And we can't wait till they're ready to learn the lesson. We have to help them understand what that lesson is there and why it's so important. So even if it's not fully ready, if we can get some bits and pieces to make sure they're ready.
Trustee Kirby and then Trustee Medina.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Is it possible, I know there was already a lot of it here, I would like to have a copy of the actual surveys to see what our students are and parents, what they're filling out here. Just, I don't know if you can forward it to all of us as a separate PDF or whatever, just to look through I'd like to see what questions they're getting.
The
for all this?
Youth Truth Survey is something that we typically upload onto the website. So because it's a public and anonymous document. So that is something, it actually has a home. Without our current communications public information officer, I've been a little slower at getting things to the website. I don't have the access to every page, but that is something we can do. Obviously, the panorama survey, because that actually is not an anonymous survey and can be used to work directly with students. There are certain screen captures that we can share, but it is a little bit more of a confidential piece of documentation because if you click right, you're going straight to identified children.
Okay.
And as far as Panorama is our pretty much social emotional learning, and this is our survey. Youth Truth is sponsored by the county, so that's a project or a program that SCO sponsors, and everybody in the county participates in it. And so that it's kind of like, outside of our control, what gets to put on the survey is, whatever SCO decides to put on it. But I think we can at least share the questions.
Okay, that'd be great. Since you were talking about the suspension data, the disproportionality of the potential of the suspension data, how do you account for multiple suspensions of the same student? For example, if one American Indian student is being suspended 10 times, obviously that would skew the data quite a bit. Is that accounted for?
This is students that were suspended ever, regardless of the number of times. So if you get suspended once, you count as one student. If you get suspended 10 times, you're still one student. It's still you. So, this is out of, the 14,000 students we have, not out of all the suspensions that we saw. So regardless of the amount of times you get suspended, you were still suspended. And so you just count as one without the repeater.
You just count as the one suspension, not.
Pretty much like
Yeah.
one suspended student. So the unit for that analysis is at the student level, not at the suspension level. I don't know if it makes any sense.
So you might have a student who has been suspended 3 times, 1 day each, and you may have a student who's been suspended 1 time for 5 days. And so you don't necessarily look at the number of days of suspension, you look instead at the number of incidents. So when you're asking the question of what might be causing recidivism, if we have 14,000 students, we may have 14,000 answers for that. And when we are trying to support each student, it's about finding the root cause analysis of what happened in that moment. One of the things that can sometimes be a consideration when you look at a matrix is that oftentimes a matrix is designed to look at the behavior itself. What was the action? Address the action. And oftentimes the action is a symptom of what it is you really need to address. And so I remember having the same conversation over and over. What are you going to do about a student on a second tardy? And I would always say, why was he tardy? And they would say, it doesn't matter. It was his second tardy. How are you going to stop the next tardy? And I said, well, why is he tardy? And so you can't look just at what did the student do to earn the suspension, but a much deeper analysis. And there are times when we are working with a student, we have analyzed that there may be a need for a particular intervention, and the student may not be ready to accept the offer of intervention yet. And so we have to keep chiseling away at it until we find the right set of interventions for that particular student.
Thanks for that. And so just to clarify, you said each incident counts as one data point, each suspension? Or
No,
you're saying it
it's
doesn't?
just at the student level. So regardless of how many you have, if you were suspended once, you count as one student. If you have 10 suspension, you're still one student.
Okay, I just wanted
Yeah.
to, okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Trustee Medina.
I was like, that's not what we expected to hear. But I would like to maybe, if you could follow up, maybe sharing some data on that 5% of students that are suspended, maybe absenteeism rates on them specifically, maybe breaking it down by like those that are suspended 1 time, 2 times, 3 or more times, and like what their absentee rates and see what that correlation is. And on culture, I think I'd definitely be interested in seeing what we could do more of, and I'm wondering if this includes like, I don't know, participation like CTE program opportunities or other extracurriculars, and how we track that. I think one concern that I have is like, with a lot of like clubs and stuff, you need teachers to be advisors and stuff, and that means they have to give up their lunch or whatever for other programs. And I don't know if we do anything to support teachers in that effort, but I think that we should, because it could potentially help maybe increase opportunities. But how do we track students being involved in these activities? How many are involved in clubs? Like, I know like at Sonoma State, for example, I know they go to their club meetings and they scan a QR code that shows they participated, right? And so do we have things like that that kind of can show like they attendance for that club that day, or things that teachers could take part of, that also provides us data in terms of like which students are participating and such?
Well, and it is important to note that in the surveys where the question is, how often do you engage in extracurriculars, clubs, activities? It's all self-reported. So you do have some students who may be very engaged and they just really don't think about it that way. That's just what they do. So it's difficult when you have self-reported engagement. There are some strategies where we can use some of our different intervention programs, our online programs like ARIES and student information to track that. But I also think that it's important that we acknowledge that at many of our schools, it's not only the teachers who are those club advisors that are those points of engagement. Oftentimes, our CSEA staff as well are engaging as club advisors, as leaders, as, kind of, come on, guys, we're going to get up a game of, flag football during the break. So it's larger than just our teachers, and that's what has to happen at a school, because sometimes that most important relationship isn't the person who's assigning you grades. It's that one person that you see and check in with every day. But do you want to talk about how we can do some tracking?
Yeah, the only thing that we really track formally is participation in sports because of,
Title IX, we
Title IX
also
needs
have to
for-
track grades and
Yeah.
attendance for sports. So that is
So
easily
that's
done.
the only extracurricular activity that we're really tracking right now. All at, participation in other things like, clubs, after school clubs, that kind of stuff is all like done informally at the school site.
But there are
Because-
some potential
is.
applications that are in use at some of the schools. Programs like Minga do have
Yeah.
the ability, but it's not something that every school participates in.
Mhm.
It's something we could consider as a growth area.
Yeah.
So a couple of questions for future data on this report when it comes in. I'd love to see the disproportionality of suspensions by disability, IEP 504. Additionally, if we could get similar data for detentions and other things that we track in order to be able to see, earlier whether or not we're having those type of disproportionate activities, or even more importantly, an early indicator for earlier intervention. And other leading indicators. Is there ways that we can get further upstream? So we're getting before suspensions, we're getting before detentions.
Mhm.
And then I'd also like to know about a consistency across campuses. we're talking about potentially implementing a matrix. Matrix have really bad history, quite honestly, in this country and in the state of not working and creating situations where good kids get punished and lots of other kids don't. So, if we go down that road, how are we going to make sure that we don't have some campuses that don't enforce them and some that do? Some teachers that don't, some that do, all the things that we're currently seeing in suspensions. How do we make sure that that level of discretion is there while also making sure that we're not removing the ability for things like family and parent support, counseling, infrastructure for a child to be able to, correct their behaviors. All those factors need to be accessible and available in order to support students. Restorative processes where they're going to work, et cetera, et cetera. So, I think it's a good conversation for us to be having. I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that matrices generally are not useful or effective. And so I want to make sure we're collecting the data that shows that if we do anything like that, it will actually do what we're claiming it's going to do. And I get worried when we talk about the discretion built into the law, because currently the biggest discretion I see is a lot of laws being ignored. So if we're creating it and then some campuses are going to follow the law and others aren't, which is the current situation, what does that mean about where you choose to send your kid? Which is something that we're trying to fix also. So none of those questions were intended to have an answer tonight, but if they can inform the future actions that this discussion item is leading to, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and I don't believe we want to develop like a zero tolerance policy where we say student does X, Y, it happens all the time, no exceptions, right? Because we know that that does not work. And it's actually a regressive, disciplinary policy. At the same time, I think that the matrix can give us a sort of common language and common expectations that everybody is aware of, right? And so, like when, Stacy meets with all the people in charge of discipline, they can have a common language and start thinking about together. And then, start to, discuss and find blind spots or things that they do differently and try to, norm all our sites to kind of like have a same, standards business procedures. How do we
No,
call it?
it's really important that we recognize the history of our district with the matrix. Because prior to 2018, we actually did have a matrix. And when you look at some of our disciplinary practices in the past, when that matrix existed, we did see a lot of zero tolerance behaviors. And in response to that, we began the implementation of strengthening our restorative practices and going to the PARB tool, which had a matrix-like implementation, and the PARB was the positive and behavioral support programs. But we're always caught in that swing of the pendulum. Should we be moving? Did we move too far this direction? Are we ready to move back? But trying to find an appropriate balance is important.
But even the restorative implementation wasn't done in such a way where every campus had access to it in a way that was actually effective or even related to the restorative process.
Understood.
Which I think, and that I guess is my concern, is if we're going to implement it, how do we make sure that it's actually implemented fairly, equitably, and providing for adjustments for the individual? The restorative process I'm familiar with at my son's school is very different than the ones I hear about at many of our other campuses as far as what happens. And that's a challenge. We're not fully going down that. What I want to see out of this presentation in the future is more indicators that show us whether or not these tools are amplifying or actually correcting these trends that we're seeing. And I want to make sure we're also looking at it from the lens of 504 and IEP status. I think that's an unfortunate thing to not have attracted here regularly already, since so much is tied to behaviors within those. So.
So as we're having these discussions, and I know we're running out of time, but it's just so important that we get away from the narrative of we understand it's a very small number of students that are reacting behaviorally and getting to those suspension situations. But there is a narrative that some students can just do whatever they want and there are no consequences and corrective behavior properly addressed for them to learn from those behaviors. So it's hard to hear that a student messed up and they're not ready for the intervention. So we got to wait till they're ready. There's a reason they're acting out and behaving the way they are. And that cannot be on the student that's acting out to wait until they're ready for those interventions. We have to have a better timeline of what proper interventions to be placed timely so they can get the help they need. Time is of the essence. And unfortunately, we've gotten to like, nobody wants zero tolerance, but also nobody wants all tolerable. And there are some sites where students feel like the kids that get in trouble can do whatever they want and there's no consequences. And it's a real, like you said, that pendulum of finding that balance. So we want to support you in properly balancing that pendulum, but we're not quite there yet.
Really quickly, one more thing on my notes here. Can we also make sure that SRTA, teachers at different sites, our SSAs, our CSEA employees are all part of the consultation process, even if it ends up pushing it back another month or two for implementation. But let's front load that communication as well.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, and I think to that end, I think of employee growth and development. Also, you were talking about referrals for suspension versus actual suspensions. And that also, like, do you track how many are coming like per each individual to see if there's somebody that's just doing a lot of referrals versus others not doing many, to see, you know, how you could help coach employees to maybe understand the processes better or help them improve. So I think that'd be good to look at.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
Minutes.
Approval of the minutes of our last meeting.
Motion to approve minutes of the regular board meeting held on June 11, 2025, please.
Second.
Moved by trustee Delatorre, seconded by trustee Jenkins. Roll call vote.
Trustee Delatorre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Abstain.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Abstain. Motion passes. Any board member requests for information? Trustee Jenkins and then Medina.
Stay till the end for it. I would like to know more about the women's wrestling situation. I was not aware of that. That would be fascinating. And then just, I've asked for it before, but I just want to put it in there again to a formal update on alternative education. And then the other piece is, it's been discussed a teeny bit, but options to modify the SRO program to meet the needs of our 7 to 12 campuses.
Trustee Medina.
Yeah, so I was also going to bring up the women's wrestling to look at what it is that we ought to do. Same thing, I don't know if anybody's requested this before, but with looking at cheerleading becoming a sport, if we could get information on steps that we would need to take and any associated costs. Also, Superintendent August, I know previously I had asked Superintendent Morales to look at board policy 440 on a district technology plan. She indicated that we didn't have one, like had asked to work towards developing one. And also included with that, you know, touching on the returning to Chrome carts, one of the issues was technology replacement policy, not having one, and the development of one and making sure that we're budgeting for that in the long term.
Trustee Delatorre.
So since we're all requesting about athletics, I would like to know if there is a matrix or a list of athletics that have been requested and what that waiting list looks like, because personally, I know I advocated for about 7 years to add men's and women's lacrosse, and that's never come across, and there's still a high interest. There's a high interest for cheer to be added as a competitive sport, women's wrestling. So if we're going to truly be competitive athletically with other districts, we need to make sure we're tracking that information and approving those when they become appropriate.
Trustee Caston?
All of that plus freshman teams and all the things we talked about before. So I'll emphasize that. And then the other item just vacated my head. I'll email it later. Darn it.
Any other requests, Trustee Kirby?
Director Randy, when you were saying technology plan, were you talking about cell phone policy? Or
Our board policy, 440, indicates that we have, let's see, what is it? It's the district technology plan. And I asked for it and there wasn't one that could be found. So I said, okay, let's build that.
all right,
Right,
I didn't
so-
know if the cell phone policy was included in that now. So I know, looked at us developing some kind of a cell phone electronics policy as well. Bring that forward.
And my item was the Chromebooks not going home, and that's elementary as well as middle school. It's something that I'd like to see come forward because it's a disaster. So we should stop it. Yeah.
Anything else? All right, we have our information items at the bottom of the agenda. Meeting adjourned.